Caroline Marks doesn't overthink it. She just wins. Easy as breathing. Her backhand? Lethal. Sharper than a razor, smoother than jazz. Her backhand is the cheat code. Some say her backhand's electric, surgical, effortless. She makes winning look casual. Rip, smile, repeat.
I really want to win. I'm not okay with losing.
Other surfers strategize. Caroline just paddles out, surfs, then cruises back in like, that felt good. She doesn't force it. She flows. And somehow, the ocean listens. A symphony of power and precision. Loud where it needs to be, soft where it matters. No wasted movement, no second guesses, just pure lead-footed dominance.
Caroline Marks, for me, is the best backhand surfer on the Women's Championship Tour.
She's got the power, she's got the style, everything just looks so good.
Some call it technique, some call it instinct. Caroline just calls it surfing.
My favorite necklace ever, gold medal.
Caroline Marks with an outstanding backhand that won her a world title in 2023. But right now we have to focus on forehand barrel riding for Caroline Marks in this elimination round up against Lakey Peterson. The 2023 Tahiti champ wants to get that vibe back here at the end of the road, and it all begins in this elimination round. Kai Peguero with Stace Galbraith talking you through the action here as we zoom down past the flotilla into women's elimination round, heat number 4, the last spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs.
Yeah, it's an important heat for Caroline and Lakey. Mathematically, everyone in contention to make that final 5, but Marksy obviously currently rated 6th. So, you know, she's the most likely one from the outside looking in to shake it up, but she's got to get through Lakey here, which is going to be no small task. We saw fireworks in that last heat, heaps of good waves.
Yeah, it was a show by Vahine Fierro in the last heat, and a really, really great wave for Isabel Nichols. Here we go. And Caroline Marks with the paddle there. And since it's open priority, there's no priority to be lost. So that's no problem. Just took a look at that one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Lakey, she didn't hold Lakey off. So like you said, it's still just play on.
Start with the 35-minute clock down to 30 minutes now. And these two, both Lakey and Caroline, you know, Caroline with 7 years on the championship tour, Lakey with 13 years in the championship. In that time, these surfers had met up 4 times, and it's even head-to-head matchups. Caroline beat Lakey in 23 in Rio and 19 in 2019 in Portugal. Lakey took a win over Caroline 2023 at J Bay and 2024 in Portugal. Both were the quarterfinals for Lakey Peterson to overcome Caroline Marks, but pretty evenly matched when we look at the numbers, Stace.
It's remarkable they've only matched up 4 times in 7 years that Caroline's been on the tour. That surprises me, and it doesn't surprise me to see how even it is. They're both really well versed, both left and right. They've both got heaps of strengths they can play to. Yeah, Caroline has a couple of the bigger numbers there, but it's very, very evenly matched.
And this is going to be, like the last heat, a contrast of the goofy foot tube rider versus the backhand tube rider. Caroline Marks a little bit deeper on her toes so she can pump through this funnel, but that tube just clumps, closes out, and hands priority over to Lakey Peterson at the beginning of their matchup. Let's hear from the queen of Teahupo'o, Vahine Fierro. She's in the quarterfinals, Chris.
Yeah, thank you guys. Vahine, everybody in the world knows how good you ride the tube out here. I want to talk about your toughness. You just showed us right there after a couple wild wipeouts. You came up smiling and went right back out to the takeoff zone. How did you do that?
Okay, wait, I just need to put my hat on. Sorry, Roxy. Can I grab my hat?
Nah, it's sweet. You look so good. Yeah, you got the sticker on your board.
Sponsorship obligations here.
There you go.
Now let's talk toughness, all right? How do you take slams like that and just get right back out there and then get perfect waves right after?
I think I needed that. I needed to feel a little bit of adrenaline. Like I was trying to be a little bit deeper, so I was a little bit, yeah, I could have made those waves, but I was trying to take different lines, and I was taking risk in my heats, which is what I always, aim for. So yeah, I didn't make those 2 or 3 waves in a row, and kind of got hammered. Like I went around once and hit my knee once, but then at the end, like I got that good wave, and like I said, like taking risk. I was trying to try to do an air drop. I don't know if it looked like it, but I was like, that's what the judges want, and it's actually the best feeling to take risk in the heat. So yeah, that's kind of my goal.
Well, we could see your desire to win out here. You're requalified for next year, so the pressure's off there. Everything focused in on winning this event?
I know, it's fun. It's such a blessing. I don't know if I would ever have that in my career again, where I don't need to do the challenger and I'm still qualified for next year on tour. And this year has been the best year of my life, like just learning with all the best in the world. Like that's where I want to be, like that energy, that level that just like makes you feel butterflies in your stomach, but at the same time, like, it's going, and yeah, it's fun, it's nice. I have a good team here, and it's just always a blessing to compete at home.
Well, I know you have one of the strongest teams behind you in the world of surfing. Tell us about your pit crew, who's supporting you here, and what are they telling you before these big heats?
Yeah, so my 2 main guys here are Jeremy Flores and then Kaoli Vast, and Kaoli was like yelling at me. He's like, Vahine, the heat before you were a second away from getting, this time it's 3 minutes away. So yeah, it's fun. There's like, we fight between each other, but it's like a good energy, and it just pushes you to, we're competing, against each other too, Kaoli and I. Like it's funny, like when one wins one thing, the other one wants to win the other. So yeah, it's just so fun to have a crew like that. Yeah.
Well, the Queen of Teahupo'o is still in the draw, so watch out, world. Big things coming from Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, that's right. And people in her corner, talk about accolades here. We have Jeremy Flores, who was a winner here in Tahiti in 2015. We got Kaoli Vast, who won a gold medal here just last year. So she's got some of the best in that pit crew and in that coaching crew. Lakey Peterson with priority and with a paddle, and she's going to lose that priority to Caroline Marks. So speaking of Caroline Marks, if Caroline is able to, we'll get into that more of that scenarios after we watch Lakey Peterson take this wave into the channel. So with Caroline Marks, if she makes it into the quarterfinals, she will leap ahead of Isabella Nichols, who's now eliminated from competition. So the plot thickens as we talk about our race to the WSL Final 5. Mind you, the math, we still have Tyler Wright in the quarterfinals and Aaron Brooks in the quarterfinals. So it's still up in the air, but it's kind of bad news for Isabella Nichols if Caroline Marks does make it out of this heat into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and just looking at the numbers there, we knew that Erin would need to do a lot, but just seeing with this sort of the way it's playing out now, yeah, it's kind of looking like a win at this point. She's already in the quarters, which is nearly 5,000 points. So where she's at right there, she can only add about another 5,000. So that's going to be super tight. I think yeah, 5,200 she can add to that. So
we'll look at the numbers in a little bit, Stace. We're just going to focus right here on Caroline Marks as she takes off on that wave, and Marksy hands the priority straight back to Lakey Peterson. So a couple of misfires for both of our surfers, still feeling the line out in this opening third of their 35-minute heat. Here's our numbers right here, Stace.
Yeah, sorry, jumped the gun there, but yeah, so look at the numbers on the screen. It's really tight between Caroline, Isabella, and obviously Tyler and Erin. Just a little bit more work to do, but it's for me, I always think about the quarterfinals being a massive result, which it is, but post-cut, the quarterfinals is one heat win away. Oh. And so this is the heat for Caroline. If she makes this heat, she's in the quarterfinals. And that's, Isabella's still out there, probably still in her rashy from the heat before, watching this all unfold. So, yeah, it's going to be a very, very busy afternoon here at the end of the road. Yeah,
Isabella would need Caroline to lose in this heat, and then both Aaron Brooks and Tyler Wright to lose in the quarterfinals, really, to give herself a chance.
Yeah. Yeah. You see a couple of small scores there for the surface in this heat.
Yeah, just in judging we call that offers. Anything under a one point ride, just put it down as an over.
Over.
At least we call that in the U.S. I don't know if there's an Australian term.
Yeah. Over. I think
Is it international?
Yeah, I think it's international.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, I understood what you were saying.
Thanks. Strider, what do you got?
I got some frustration. Come on! No, I'm just watching the positioning right now where, like, say, Vahine was surfing in that last heat against Isabella Nichols. It's just another 50 yards up the reef, right? So they're threading through those barrels, and they've been out of position this whole heat, and I've been watching waves just blow out at the end, just breathing all over us down here. So a little frustration because I know the talent's in the water, but I just don't think that they've surfed it that much at this size maybe, so they're kind of finding themselves over by that other lineup, which was when it was bigger, and that's where they've been kind of practicing at, and maybe that's why they're sitting there. But yeah, there's some really beautiful deep ledge waves on the inside ledge that are just grinding through. There goes one right now. I'm watching this wave just funnel down the reef, so they just need to be over just a bit, and they can be sliding into some really nice waves. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Oh, maybe Caroline looking like she's gonna get it. Yes, pull it up. Under the hood, gets a quick little head dip, and she's out. There we go. That'll feel better, but we know she's got more behind her. We got Lakey guys looking at it.
And Lakey Peterson decides to hold on to priority. That make for Caroline Marks is going to be a start to kind of building her presence in this heat. It's going to be the first meaningful number, just making sure she gets the make. Third wave of the set, Lakey Peterson takes off on this one, a bit in front of the barrel on that. So Lakey trying to kick out early and maybe beat Caroline Marks out back to the peak to reestablish priority, which she will do.
It's, yeah, like Strider said with the positioning there. It's a nice completion there for Caroline, but certainly not going to be a huge number. She looked nice and casual coming off the bottom, set the wave up nicely. But yeah, just the wave probably didn't barrel as hard and wasn't as critical as what she would have liked. And yeah, Strider making the point, maybe the positioning.
Kaoli Vaz congratulating Vahine Fierro. Ailen, his sister, right behind him on the jet ski. The conversation and some moral support. Team France working together.
Yeah, between these two, there's no trophies left. Vahine's had an event win out here. Cowley, obviously, Olympic gold. And then what they're doing in the free surfs, particularly Cowley, is on another planet. There's a good-looking wave going on ridden there. That's just going to add to Strider's excitement, if that's possible.
We're all getting excited here. Caroline Marks, we saw that paddle and did establish priority right now. So a bit of a heat control to Caroline Marks, 3.67 for that made wave and priority right here at the 19-minute mark.
Yeah, that wave is, definitely came out of the west, and everyone in this heat was just a little far out of place. I think they probably listened to Strider and ended up 20 metres too far out of position. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. There's still a bit of everything out there, and that's what you know, that's what makes this wave a little trickier at this size. It's sort of not as much as just sit out the back and wait for the biggest wave you can see. You've got to be a little bit more sort of tactical as to where you sit with and without priority. We saw Tyler Wright earlier this morning with third priority pick up some great waves, and you know, yeah, just being a little more tactful with the positioning, not just paddling straight back to the top of the point every single time.
Spin around here, taking a look at this one. Just a couple of strokes, decides not to go. Lakey Peterson.
And it's still, you know, there's still some great quality waves out there. I think just those size of those waves that Lakey's been looking for at the moment probably aren't going to offer her those huge barrels. She'll definitely need to link up with the West Bowl if she's sort of chipping into waves of that height at the top of the reef.
Yeah, and that's, you know, and I feel that's not just only a priority positioning play right here, Stace. I feel that's also kind of the difference between goofy foot and regular foot.
Yeah.
As far as positioning on the reef.
For sure. Caroline's got that, obviously, that advantage of just being able to sit a little deeper.
Just drops in, fades that one, and again kicks out. So multiple tries for both surfers to find, you know, a quality wave, but just another switch of priority between the two.
Yeah, just a little impatient there from Caroline. That wave, even from the top, just didn't look like it had that energy in it. And you know, there's still some really quality waves out there. So I think it's a matter of just sitting for them and waiting to come to you. I don't think you could manufacture a score out here today, as we see Gabriela Bryan getting ready for her next matchup, which will be in the next heat.
Yeah, it'll be another duel between Goofies and regular foots in the quarterfinal #1. Gabriela Bryan coming up against Erin Brooks, who's been looking in form here at the end of the road. There's Erin with her preparation. She'll be in the blue jersey.
I don't know if Erin's got the calculator out, or maybe her dad or Snake, but it's out of contention that she can make the final 5 after these recent results, which is going to do one of 2 things, probably just one of 1 things actually, which is dangerous for Gabby.
Yeah,
I think it's going to have Erin pretty fired up. I think she's purely focusing down the individual event win, and it's a awesome trophy to have in the cabinet. And I think that you know, with absolutely nothing on the line other than the individual event win, I think Erin is going to be unstoppable. So that next matchup's going to be definitely one to watch.
I like also that Erin had, you know, the assistance of Tereva David on the ski right there. So that's, I mean, the ultimate in local knowledge right there.
Yeah, big time. And you'll see that a lot with a lot of surfers around the world. They'll have their coach they work with all year, and have like a really close, you know, personal and relationship with, and work on all kinds of different stuff, you know, from equipment to where to stay and how to travel and training partners and all that stuff. But then if you go to a location like this, Hawaii is another place, you see more support get brought in for those like specialist spots. Bells Beach is another spot like that as well, where kind of looks easy on TV, but the lineups can be pretty tricky.
Yeah.
And yeah, we see that with a few surfers. Gabby Bryant checking it out with Tahure Henry there. He was towing his mates into some massive bombs a couple of days ago. And he's had some amazing performances out here himself. He knows the place very well. You can see his pad in the background down there.
Yeah, and another point is that when you enlist, there's so much logistics involved in this place. Not only do you get good, you know, kind of wave knowledge and coaching, but you also have everything that goes around it. You know, the jet skis, the boats, the docking, you know, just...
You might ding a board, just having that person on the ground. Like
all of that stuff, right? Here we go. Marks pulls up, pulls in, pulls out, 3.7. She already has a 3.67. She's going to ditch that fractional score and further distance herself from Lakey Peterson, sitting with priority out the back. More waves coming through, but Caroline Marks surfing a conservative but smart heat, I feel, at this point.
Yeah, she's just chipping away. And, you know, keep adding to her total. Lakey hasn't been able to connect with a good wave yet in this heat so far, so Marksy just inching further and further ahead.
And that's sometimes a good strategy, just to continue to put pressure. Look at this wave.
Yeah, well, it adds up. Nice little vision there from Caroline. Not super deep. I think it'll probably rival the 367 or somewhere thereabouts, but with, you know, Lakey in the position. Oh, my God, look at that. That's amazing.
That angle looks great.
That angle's so cool. It just, yeah, it gives the whole context of the lineup, and, you know, kind of gives you a bit of a view of, you know, what the surfers are looking at when they're looking out of the tube. And a nice score there, a bit higher than I expected, a 5-point ride. So, yeah, she's well and truly in control of this heat so far, Kipes.
Yep, 8.67 heat total for Caroline Marks after we do this study in slow motion of that 5-point ride. Lakey Peterson looks interested in this wave, paddles, but puts the breakers on, wants to hold on to priority. And Lakey really, you know, is scouring this reef, but I feel she's maybe a little lost at the moment.
Yeah, I kind of feel like she's looking to link up like those smaller ones that link up with the West Bowl, but then it's kind of been taking her out of position for some of the bigger waves that stand up on the outside, like what Strider was talking about. So, you know, it's understandable, but it's just a game of inches here, because if you see a wave that you like, you can't really paddle out to it and swing.
Yeah,
you know, that's the top echelon of doing that. Guys like MAO and that on the big days, but when it's at this size, you really need to be like picking up the wave early and gliding into it.
Well, right now, it's all Caroline Marks. Can Lakey Peterson fight back and earn her way into the quarterfinals? The conclusion of Elimination Round Heat 4 after this. Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC Women's Elimination Round, and some big sets are coming through here at Teahupo'o. Rose through there. Caroline Marks out there in the red jersey with the lead over Lakey Peterson for the last spot in the women's quarterfinals. Caroline calling for a time check. I'll tell her she's got 10.5 minutes. She's got the lead. Lakey Peterson with priority, needing an 8-point ride if she wants to turn this heat in a single wave. Kaipo Girl with Stace Galbraith on the call. And Caroline Marks has paced her way into this heat. Lakey Peterson, Stace, yet to make a mark.
Yeah, she hasn't really been able to identify the wave that she wants to ride just yet. She's had a couple of in and outs. And, you know, with the clock where it is, it's time for her to kind of get in that rhythm and get in that sort of, even if it's a fall, but it's a tube attempt, just to try and get a couple more reps on the board. We've seen, you know, the different parts of the reef kind of activate today, so she can sort of surf her way into a bit of a manufactured rhythm out here for sure. I don't think having priority is the be-all and end-all right now with this amount of time on the clock. I almost feel like at certain points in heat, second priority can be a bit of a blessing. You know, it gives you that sort of freedom to kind of look around a little bit. Sometimes that priority marker can weigh a bit heavy on your head, like you need to sit there and wait for the biggest wave of the day to come through. You know, as opposed to Caroline, who's kind of been chipping away on some nice sized waves and some nice tubes. But as you can see by the score line, it's sort of not like the heat before where we were seeing excellent rides get traded off. So yeah, you've only got to, you know, as we spoke about yesterday, you've just got to beat the one person you're surfing against. You don't have to beat everyone in the draw.
A seasoned competitor like Lakey Peterson has to know the fact that her odds of getting an 8-point ride are pretty tough. And so she has in her head to know that she has to, like, it's better for her to try to chip away at this in 2 scores, you know, in 2 4.5s, than to think that, because there may not be a wave quality of an 8-point ride that comes through in this last 9 minutes.
And I think too, like overall, it's this heat she obviously wants to win. As she takes a look at this wave.
Well, here she goes. So speaking of chipping away, she needs a completion here. She needs to get under the lip, and there she does it. Travels through. Now she's right back in the heat. There you go. So mission accomplished. Just as we were talking about strategy, Lakey Peterson employed that. She's going to chip away. She's going to get a mid-range score, and now her needs are going to be much lower.
Yep.
Not an excellent wave, and she's right back in this.
She's got to go and do that again straight away.
Yeah.
You know, take your time going back out, maybe pick one up on the West Bowl on the way through, and put that pressure back on Caroline as we see a nice-looking wave rifle through the inside there. But I think, yeah, what I was going to allude to is like, yeah, this event's important. It's the last event of the year. She's obviously looking for a big individual result. However, you know, with her unlikely to make the final 5, I think we cleared that up earlier. It's like these events aren't going anywhere on the tour. And Lakey Peterson's, in her mind, she wants to win a world title. Next year is going back to the full season with extra points for Pipeline at the end.
Yeah.
Now, this place has similar energy, similar feelings, similar everything about Pipe. And so it's like, you've got to be good here. And she knows that. And waves like this starting to, you know, execute and get some good scores in her heat, it's all part of the longer game. So, yeah, whether or not she gets in and out of this heat, you know, next year's the year she wants to put a full year together. And you have to be consistent on the women's tour. You can't be getting 5ths and 3rds. You need to be making finals everywhere to win a title. And she knows that. So, yeah, it's like she's got, you know, she's had 35 minutes out here with one other surfer. So just all that learning that she's going to take out of that is super important, whether she wins or loses.
She's truly in it. She just got the highest single wave score of this heat, a 6-point ride. And taking a look at our judges' spread on this, it's pretty unanimous by all the judges that 6-point ride is earned. 4 judges going 6, 1 6.5, high and low thrown out. For those of you watching on YouTube or Facebook Live, those streams will stop at the end of the elimination round. A new live stream will start at the quarterfinals and beyond. For all of you in Brazil, the coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and Global Play. For fans in the US, the coverage will continue on WorldSurfLeague.com and the WSL app. So reload after this, the end of this heat, and enjoy the women's quarterfinals with us.
Oh, I'm feeling for Isabella Nichols right now. This is
just watching this,
super important, obviously, this next 6 minutes. And there's obviously more heats to come that are going to, you know, have a big impact on her final finishing in the year. Tyler Wright, mathematically, the only surfer that can pass her, but Tyler's looking really, really good this morning. But it's still all up in the air at this point.
Yep. So to revisit that conversation, Stace, and clarify, Caroline Marks wins this heat, which she's leading in. She bumps Isabella Nichols out of that 5th place and above that line for a final 5 and a chance for a world title. It's all coming down to these last 5 minutes and 15 seconds for Caroline Marks and for Isabella Nichols.
And it's just, there's just so much to it. Like, even if Tyler wins her next heat, that she still won't have enough. A semi will not be enough. She's already in the quarters. She'll only add 1,300 or around about that points to her total there, which wouldn't be enough to surpass the 48,500 that Isabella's on. So, you know, it's going to be a long couple of days for Isabella, and there's, you know, the 5 minutes in this heat also going to be super, super important. She's either going to know right now or she's going to have to sleep on it, which is just, that's just torture.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Depends if you want the torture or you just want kind of the quick news right now.
Well, I guess you would take the torture for the chance of a maybe
something happening,
maybe getting a bit of luck there. And she's had a great season. It's not like, you know, it's not like she doesn't deserve to be there, but just coming down to this event, she wasn't able to kind of get higher up there in the ratings. So it's crazy. And then I think you know, for Caroline, she knows exactly what's at stake. And with priority here, 4 minutes on the clock, Lakey only needs a 2.67, which is I'm going to call it a really frustrating score. It's Chopu's not a wave that you want to be chasing a 2.67 at. It's just going to play with your mind.
Yep. And in other update news, we're going to start the quarterfinals off with Gabriela Bryan versus Erin Brooks. Erin Brooks has been in fire form here. If Gabriela Bryan does not make it out of that quarterfinal, then Molly Picklum will be going into the WSL Finals as the #1 seed.
That's
so
huge.
All the news keeps on getting delivered to us.
Yeah.
More news. Molly Picklum, quarterfinal #3 is coming up against Vahine Fierro.
Oh, wow.
Oh, man. Look out.
That is unfair, if I do say so myself, but that is somewhat just how
that could be easily
how
the
how the
final.
cookie crumbles. The two greatest surfers of the day so far. There's been some great performances from Sakura and Caitlin Simmers come to mind.
And Aaron Brooks, but really...
And obviously Aaron, but
the
those
numbers
two,
go to Molly Picklum and Vahine Fierro.
Yeah. Wow, that's a treat for us. Take that.
Yeah. Clear your next few hours wherever you are, because you're going to want to stick around for this. Look at this situation in the water. 3 minutes remaining and a tiny need for Lakey Peterson to change this entire narrative that we're talking about as far as clinching final 5 spots and where the rankings lay.
And Lakey's so dangerous in this type of situations. I've seen her do it a million times, you know, at you know, waves around the world. But like I said earlier, yeah, it's Chopes is one of the spots where you'd almost be rather chasing like a 5, because you know you're going to have to actually find a wave that's looking like a tube. Trying to get a 2 out here, like I don't think she can revert to turns, which might be going through her head. You know, like, oh, if I just belt one backhand Rio, like, are the judges going to turn it?
Well, that'll put the judges to a test as well.
Yeah, for sure. But I think the waves are still too good a quality to kind of like revert back to that at the moment.
Yeah. Because the priority should be still for the barrel rights here
absolutely.
at this venue.
Yeah. Particularly with where the judges are pushing and the surfers are pushing the women's sport. I don't think they would sort of say like, oh, hey, if you want to get yourself out of trouble, just go and hit the lip a few times. I think it would be, you know, not the message they really want to send to the whole tour. I think they would be more likely to give a 2.67 to see you pack a bomb but not make it.
Right.
I think that's probably where they would, you know, we've seen it earlier. I think, you know, Al Cleland yesterday got a 2.5, didn't make the wave, but, you know, got a crazy long pit. So that's probably where Lakey's options are. Either just get a genuine barrel for a 5 or a 6, or hope a dark one comes through and you just pack it.
And Stace, another update for fans watching on YouTube or Facebook Live. Those streams will end at the end of the elimination round. A new live stream will start at the beginning of the quarterfinals and beyond. For everyone in Brazil, continued coverage exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and Global Play. For fans in the U.S., coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and the WSL app. So that's the news. Please stick with us. We told you we got some exciting quarterfinals coming up for the women, setting up the semifinals. We still are on standby for the semifinals as well. So
wow, big day on the cards as we see some waves approaching here, Kaipo. Small requirement. Caroline Marks, though, you know, we're talking up Lakey's prowess. Caroline knows how to close out a heat as she takes off here, Kaipo.
Defensive move right there by Caroline Marks, so she's not going to improve upon her scoreline. She takes some time off the clock and an opportunity away from Lakey Peterson. 2.67 is what Lakey needs. Kind of in front of the barrel, a little bit lip on the head right there. Gets the turn in. Stace, you judge sometimes.
Oh, don't do it to me. I'm staying away from this one.
Stace.
We're going to leave that. It's well outside my lane. No, I mean, it's going to be interesting to dissect the replay.
Radical.
Yeah, that was a radical finish. You know, you put yourself in Caroline's shoes, what do? You don't really know what the judges are thinking. You kind of think, okay, I've got to hold her off anything. Yeah. You're probably thinking if you're Caroline, Lakey's got a great backhand. It's one of her strengths. You probably could have turned her way to a score, you know.
Here we go.
This is it. Great drop. Tries the pig dog. She's trying her absolute hardest to slow down. She kind of gets a little bit of a lip to the head and a nice carve. Look, I think it would be generous if they gave the score. Look at the height of this, 3.67.
This is a 3.67. So now when you put that comparison, much smaller wave, probably not as impactful.
They both got about the same amount of cover. You know, Caroline didn't really get tubed on that 3.67, but it was a much bigger wave, more critical takeoff. Like, we're really breaking down the tiny little things here, because that's what the judges are going to do.
And you know, Lakey doesn't need a 3.67.
No.
She needs a 2.67.
Yeah.
Leandro Dora congratulating her on a great effort. And look at least she went down swinging. You know, if she does go down.
Yeah.
She fought until the very last second.
Absolutely.
One judge goes under. So waiting for 2 judges go under.
You're going to need to see 3 threes here, otherwise it's not going to be enough.
There you go. Comes in under at a 2.5, needed 2.67. Lakey Peterson out of competition. Caroline Marks into the quarterfinals, and Caroline Marks bumps Isabella Nichols out of that final 5 conversation. It all comes down here.
Intense.
It's a sprint for the final 5 here at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Quarterfinals coming up.
qui élimine l'équipe Peterson et se qualifie pour les quarts de finale. Quarts de finale qui ont commencé à l'instant avec la Hawaïenne Gabriela Bryan en rouge et la Canadienne Erin Brooks en bleu.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the Tahiti government, official tourism partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. What a day. What an afternoon. Quarterfinals ready to go. Gabriela Bryan, world number 2, faces off against the rookie representing Canada, Erin Brooks, world number 9. Upset Gabriela Bryan last year at Cloudbreak when Gabby Bryan was trying to keep her spot in the final 5. She let a wave go, and the 17-year-old at the time made her pay for it. Gabby fell out of the mix. It was the toughest loss to date for Gabby Bryan. They meet again, you know, about a year later in a totally different scenario, but Erin's looking to do it again.
Wow, this is going to be good because, I mean, if Gabby loses here, right, that means that Molly will have that #1 spot also going into finals.
Which is so huge, especially with the recent update of world #1 needing to win that first title match heat, and then it's over. It's such a big advantage and a really great one, rewarding that regular season performance, and it is still really close between Gabriela Bryan and the current world #1 Molly Picklum. Molly does have the superheat of the quarters, taking on past champ and the local, the queen of chopes, Vahine Fierro, in quarterfinal 3.
That feels a bit premature, doesn't it? That is crazy. I mean, you just look at the surfing that's happened this morning. They're the 2 most informed women. The wave selection, the technique, the barrel riding. That is going to be an incredible an incredible quarterfinal, sorry.
So this one is just starting off here. You already see priority has been rotated. Gabby Bryan 0.73, Erin Brooks 0.5, so both just trying to get a quick start. As we think about the head-to-head matchups, we mentioned the history they had at Cloudbreak last year, but once Erin was a full-time rookie, they were able to meet up this year in the semifinals at Portugal, and Gabby did get paid back.
Yeah, Gabby got the payback there, but you know what? I know it's even, but I think right now for Gabby, look, it's obviously this is a tough heat for her. You know, she was pretty open about it in her post-heat interview with Chris Cote, that this is something I want to improve in my surfing, my backhand tube riding. She's got a tough heat here against Erin, but you know, you brought it up before. The reason that Gabby wasn't fighting for a world title last year was because of Erin, and I think you know, Erin being that bit older and, you know, obviously about to fight for a world title at Cloudbreak, she's not going to want to lose here. So it's going to be interesting to watch how this one goes out, how this one plays out.
Yeah, definitely. Erin showed up here at the last event of the season with an outside shot to maybe fit into the final 5. And as things have moved to the quarters, that chance is gone now. So I think Stephanie Gilmore can relax. She'll still be the only surfer so far that won a world title in her rookie season. But that was all the hype, and for good reason. When Erin qualified, we're like, well, maybe she can do it too this year.
Yeah, there was so much hype around it. There was so much excitement, and we could see her coming from a mile away. She was the phenom, right? We saw her on socials, you know, these airs in Waco in the wave pool, and just, you know, these clips that were going viral all over the internet, and everyone was like, wow, she's going to, when she qualifies for the tour, you know, she could potentially win a world title in your rookie year, but that's a lot of pressure. And I think, you know, yes, we got the preview at Cloudbreak last year and she got a win as a wild card, amazing. But it's a different thing when you're full-time on tour. As we see this set just sort of cleaning up both those women. I think they just snuck underneath that one though. But yeah, it's a different thing to being full-time on tour and making that next adjustment up and realizing that it is, yeah, it's a totally different ball game. And, you know, there's different venues you've never been to, figuring that out, your people who you're traveling with. There's so much to figure out. And I think, yeah, it's been a learning curve for Erin. And she's also been open about that, and that her performances probably aren't where she sort of envisioned them to be herself as well. It wasn't until the Gold Coast that she really started to fire things up. And then she was like, I finally feel like I'm surfing myself again.
Oh, what a great feeling. Erin Brooks was well prepared for this tour. You know, Gabby Bryan mentioned it to Chris in her interview on the boat, saying, I want to put more time into this wave. Well, Erin Brooks already knew her future. So she was doing strike missions to all the venues that she was anticipating to be a part of when she did qualify, which included a tow session out here last year. That was unbelievable. And the greatest of all time, Kelly Slater, was in the water. He sees this young, you know, teenager getting whipped into a bomb, and Kelly got caught up in the moment. He's like screaming like with excitement for her as we watch her log in now. Set up that bottom turn, racing deep behind that end bowl, and she will get a nice shack to kick off this quarterfinal matchup. And that's a nice goofy foot takeoff spot for that side. She was able to get real deep and was able to backdoor the end bowl and get a decent number for it. Let's now catch up with Caroline Marks with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Caroline, you've been through some tight heats out here at Teahupo'o. That was another one. Tell us about the last couple of minutes of that heat. It looked like a battle.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty nerve-wracking. It's not how I wanted to surf that heat. I was like, it's a funny one at Teahupo'o because the waves are so good and you really want to like just kind of be the hero and get really good waves, but you also got to compete. So I kind of took a few waves that I shouldn't have, and I was just trying to, the heat before I didn't really ride as many waves, so this heat I was trying to ride a bunch of waves. And when I first got here, it was like toe swell, so I didn't really surf much at all, you know. So today kind of feels like my first time surfing it this year and just trying to get my bearings back. But every heat I'm getting more comfortable, and I love this place so much. It's given me like the biggest moments of my career, so I'm just like really happy to be here. And yeah, that wasn't pretty, but sometimes those ones feel the best when you make heats like that.
Yeah, I know, like you said, you've had the best moments of your life out here at this wave. Tell me about your relationship with Teahupo'o. Do you dream about it when you're at home or when you're around places in the world?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's my favorite event on tour. I mean, it's one of those places you look in and the mountains are so beautiful and just the people are really nice. And I don't know, it's one of those events where you can kind of get the wave of your life if the swell matches up and stuff. So yeah, I love it so much. Definitely, you know, something you sketch in your notebook when you're a little kid, like, I want to go there. And now I'm like doing it every year, so it feels pretty surreal.
Well, I know the stakes are high. I'm horrible at math. I don't know any facts. I don't know the scenarios, but I know you must be thinking about the final 5 happenings. What's your emotions thinking about that?
For sure. I mean, it's funny. I haven't been too emotional about it the last couple of days. For some reason, I kind of just know I need to make heats, and that's just what I've been telling myself. And I've just been really focused on like what waves to take and stuff like that. But of course, it's in the back of my head. You know, I'm here to win, and I think what's a huge motivation is, you know, Cloudbreak is one of the best waves in the world. It's a left, and I'm a goofy foot, so I'm like, I really want to be there. But for now, I just know I got to make heats, and the more I do that, the better chance I have of making it. So yeah, it's on.
I love that ethos. Just make heats. Congratulations. You're on to the next.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chris. That's a fired up world champ right there. Won in 2023, won gold last summer right here in Tahiti. And she has moved up into number 5 after that last heat win over Lakey Peterson and bumped out Isabella Nichols down to 6. We want to say congrats, Bella, on an incredible 2025. We know that's going to sting, and she's going to take some time to digest that result as she carried that position in the top 5 for a long time this year.
Wow, I mean, this is big news. This is super big news. And that last heat, I mean, Caroline only just got that job done, right? If that score had gone Lakey's way, Caroline gets eliminated there. Isabella potentially keeps that spot. Erin's now out of contention. She can't possibly make that final 5 picture, and it would have gone a whole different way. So it's cool. I mean, now Caroline's back in that picture, and you know, unless maybe potentially Tyler Wright coming up has another swing at it.
Yeah, so Tyler's still in the mix as well. Good point there, Flick. Tyler's coming up next against Katie Simmers. And then Caroline Marks. We'll see what happens with Betty Lou as well to work out those clinching scenarios for the 4th and 5th seed, as we've got a great replay from Gabriela Bryan.
Yeah, that was a big keg. She picked this off really beautifully. It sort of hit that end bowl and really stayed open, rode that wave so well. Kind of sort of where she took off, it almost grew in size as it hit that west bowl. Really chunky section there, nice open tube. So this is going to feel really good for Gabriela, especially just to touch, you know, we spoke about it before, how honest she was being about wanting to improve her surfing. I mean, we're seeing improvements just from her last heat to this one already.
Certainly. I'm just loving her approach, you know, and now when you're smiling and getting barreled, that's been the recipe for success for Gabriela Bryan this season. World number 2 at the moment, and looks like it's either between the 2 or 1 seed for Gabby Bryan. We'll find out what happens throughout this event as we check in with Strider.
Thank you, Joey. Yeah, you know, that was probably a pivotal moment for Gabby in this heat. She was, you know, threaded through the barrel, and she came through it, and she got a high score for it, you know, a 7-point ride, and she kicked out, and she looked over, and she said, oh, I think I can do this. I think I got this. And it was like an interesting moment because she did not trust herself before that wave. So that wave gave her the confidence that she can do it and she can find them. And then Tahuri was telling her not to go too deep, to stay in that position exactly where she caught that wave. So a pretty interesting little note there into the mind of Gabby, thinking, okay, I know I can do this, I got this. Meanwhile, just off to the right, Molly Picklum is just hovering on the back of a ski with her hood on, just watching every moment of this heat, knowing how important it is. So there's double tension on both sides. So fun to see out here in the channel.
Strider, Molly versus Vahine in quarter 3.
The 2 best performers of this thing so far. I mean, that's going to be a banger. And this inside ledge is just firing. I mean, when the waves do come, it's on, and it's just spinning down that reef, and they have both excelled on the forehand and the backhand. It's just going to be a display of technical tube riding. I can't wait.
Strider, a little insight for the goofy footers out there. You know, we see some waves, they're like, oh, that's a good goofy foot wave. Kind of like how Erin Brooks started off this one, where she was well behind that end bowl for her 6.33. Kind of what might be Vahine Fierro might be looking for in the heat with Molly. What kind of waves are those like?
Well, I feel like those goofy foot waves, yeah, I think the advantage that they might have, obviously at this size, is being able to get that roll in and to get that pump down the line, to get that speed to thread that needle all that length of that wall, and so they can get maybe another 15 feet deeper and be in the tube longer. But I feel like, you know, Molly at the moment has the ability to do the hula hoop and do that same pump. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see if she's got the ability to get that whip and get that drive down the line to get those super long ones. Otherwise, you know, we're going to see her take off late and technical, which will give her an upper hand. I mean, that's what the judges are looking for. We heard Vahine talk about it on her last wave, and knowing that they want to see her airdrop into the barrel, and then it's almost like make it look harder, make it more technical, make it more dramatic, and you're going to get a higher score. And that's what's happening. And surfers are identifying that, and we're seeing that. So I love it. I mean, steep and deep, critical and heavy, that's what we're here for at the end of the road.
And able to just warp through sections. Thank you, Strider. Looking great in his IC sunglasses and checking out all the action from his favorite spot to report in the world, the channel at Chope. So I was thinking about some Goofy Foot specials. There was like some fun size Teahupo'o conditions in the past. I remember a fun final with Bobby Martinez and Frederick Patachia Jr. Freddie actually tried an air at the end on a dry reef. Waited a while to, you know, see what the score was. It ended up being just under Bobby Martinez, a two-time champ at this event. And he was able to just pick waves deep up the reef, and he was so fast. You know, his backhand celebrated quite a bit, but man, his forehand was just as lethal, and one of the multiple-time champs out here, along with Andy Irons, Kelly Slater, Gabriel Medina, the guys that have been able to show up and repeat that success over the years. Gabriela Bryan out in front of this one with her 7.17 in comparison to the 6.33 from Aaron Brooks. Aaron Brooks chasing a 1.58. We were telling the story about the toe session from last year, and Kelly got caught up in the moment going, oh my gosh, he's on a bomb. And he got so locked in on the moment that he then all of a sudden was like, oh my gosh, I'm getting smoked here. Took like a toe wave on the head. He was like, almost like, am I going to drown over this? Like, he just freaked out and was so psyched for her. And then Aaron got lit up, got sent through the lagoon. And I think what impressed the GOAT so much was 10 minutes later, she got an even bigger one. And then he was like, hang on, she's different. This one really charges. And he jumped in her corner at Cloudbreak, the wild card opportunity that she had last year.
She's definitely got that mindset where she's a bull at a gate and she doesn't back down from a challenge. You can also see that there's no hesitation there. She also looks quite twitchy and assertive in the lineup, like she's just ready to go. And here she goes now.
Light night speed there from Aaron Brooks. This is where she wants to burn some of it. She just kind of identified that end section shutting down. So a nice skilled pin drop just to get out of there. Looking calm and comfortable in these fun size conditions today. But she'll get her little competitive heads on because she realized that she lost the opening exchange to Gabriela Bryan. More scenarios with the final 5 on the line. If Aaron wins this heat, then Molly Picklum will be the #1 seed at Cloudbreak. And Gabriela Bryan knows how important it is to be in bright yellow at the season finale at Cloudbreak.
Oh, yeah. I mean, one heat win and you're world champ. And you just want any advantage you can get there. I mean, it's already, the pressure's on, right? A world title is being decided on that day, and anything that you can eliminate to make that job easier by being #1 seed, you take that advantage any day of the week. I mean, yeah, it's pretty incredible. I was just going to touch on the fact that, you know, the coolest thing I saw from Erin last year was in Fiji. Obviously, we're talking about her barrel riding there. We had that bigger day where she was able to sort of lock in. But then what was really cool was to be able to see her transition from barrel to turn so quickly. And I was just talking about that like assertiveness and twitchy kind of energy that she has. And you can just see it in the lineup here. She's just hungry.
Really hungry. That's what's fun to watch her free surf. I remember she paddled out at Rocky Point when she was about 14. I couldn't believe how many waves she got. Just whipping around the lineup, doing little there, saying hi to everybody. She has so much energy. It's just this rapid fire rise to being a world-class grommet. Aaron Brooks learning to surf in Maui, family relocated to Oahu, and they've kind of relocated quite a few times since then to make sure that she had everything she needed to be a world-class surfer. It all worked out. Strider.
Yeah, just quick hit on you know, Coach's Corner out here and the ability to have somebody there to talk to. You know, Aaron Brooks had the conversation this morning with us, and she was saying how nice it is to have the ability to have somebody there to talk to and tell me what's going on, what needs to happen. So, you know, Snake paddled over, or she paddled over by Snake, and he was just like, okay, now go hunt the inside. There's a lot of waves in there. She's set an anchor of where she can get her waves. You go hunt the inside. Go find those waves that she's not looking for. So, you know, that is a key note here in Tahiti, and how quickly things can, you know, turn around. So pretty interesting to have these guys there. The information's so quick, and we've seen heats get turned around in 30 seconds. out here at the end of the road. I mean, literally, you kick out of a wave, you're back into the West Bowl, you're getting spit out of another barrel. So things happen fast. You got to be on your toes.
They really do, Strider. Yeah, Strider's in such a great position. Obviously close to the action, but close to all the coaches. It's one of the best places you could do to, surf reporting in the world, really. And then you have these masterminds that are so dedicated to this game, with, Jake the Snake Patterson, Tommy Witz. They're best friends anyways, but they're competitive within each other when they ever have those battles together. And we're also lucky to be around these kind of surf minds, these kinds of people. They're kind to everybody. They make you laugh. If you have a question for them, they make time for you. That goes to anybody. And they are really thoughtful about who they work with, and they just want to make people better. It's just a lifetime commitment to the game.
I think it's so important too. I mean, to choose the right coach as well. And I mean, they're two of the best in the game, but we also were speaking about it a bit before in a previous heat, but coaches and just their different styles and, who you are as a person. And I think you were talking about it before, like those coaches bringing, those certain aspects of you as a surfer out and, not trying to make them surf like how you surf, but just like really fostering that, your strengths and really. But it's just such an important thing to be able to choose that right sort of coach.
So true. 14 minutes on the clock. Gabriela Bryan parting ways with Dog Marsh late in the season, and she's getting the help from Tahudai Henry, a local right here at Teahupo'o at the moment. She's got the lead. Aaron Brooks just needs a 1.58. Stay tuned. Bust out the pulse, showing you the best moments from a big day of competition. Aaron Brooks looking so comfortable this morning.
Oh, she was so cool, calm and collected. I mean, look at the technique she's demonstrating in the barrel, just surfing years beyond the maturity beyond years right here. Locking in the 6.5 and the 7.17. She came in from this and she said she wasn't satisfied. She's got more to give.
And then this ended up setting up, Isabella falling out of the top 5 because she sent Isabella and Betty Lou to the ER, and Picklum turned in her best combined total of the season this morning.
This was incredible to watch. She got this heat done in about 9 minutes time. She locked in the 8.33, that backed it up with an 8.07. And for me right now on the women's side of the tour, best technical backside tube riding, really. It does not get better than that.
That was sensational. She could have packed it up, like you said, after 9 minutes in that 35-minute matchup. Got the 8.83 at the buzzer. And she is in form, surfing like she is the best surfer in the world right now. Things got fun, too, with world number 2. Gabriela Bryan got past the 12-year-old wild card, Kalia, in fun conditions.
Yeah, you know what? It was fun, but it was also really tricky, and it came down to this tube ride, really, the 5.5, which is what got it done. But hats off to Kalia. I mean, first ever CT for her. I'm sure there'll be more to come in the future. It was epic to see. 12 years old.
Youngest ever. That's a record. Congrats, Kalia, for the trials win and being in the main event. Jeremy always gets his crew fired up, especially the queen of Teahupo'o. Vahine in a shootout with Isabella Nichols.
She knows every section of this reef, doesn't she? And I mean, demonstrated so well. I mean, her and Isabella went back to back. Isabella answered back with this one, big, steep, critical takeoff. And 7-9 for this one for Bella. And then Vahine finds this one absolutely slotted. And then how's the spit on that thing? I mean, I don't think I've seen one spit like that all day long. So Vahine absolutely smashing that heat, and she's through to the quarters.
Thanks for watching the pause. Back to quarterfinal action. Aaron Brooks versus Gabriela Bryan for a chance in the semifinals, and it looks like Aaron Brooks in position, grabs the wall real deep, gets blown out of the cannon. The 18-year-old rookie just got a bomb of a wave, was oh so deep, and might end up just maxing out the scoreline. That was insane.
Oh, I don't know what I liked better, the tube or the climb. They were both so good. That barrel was huge. You could drive a bus through that thing. Well, you could definitely buy. Erin she read this beautifully. Just look how wide and open this one is. The spit, the little claim at the end. This was incredible. She's definitely going to go high here on the scores. I mean, it's just such a picture-perfect wave here at Chopes. It's look at the wave selection. She's double arm dragging here too to really maximize that time in the tube. And this has got to feel good, surely. If this doesn't feel, I think this is feeling good for Erin. Judging by the way she claims it here and she comes out, this feels more like it.
I think she might be satisfied.
I think so.
That was insane. Oh my gosh. And to do that under priority, she had a little wave before that when we were watching the post coming off from break. That's just a throwaway. And I might have got carried away trying to max out the scale because I got so fired up, but it is a giant number for the day. An 8.83 for the effort. And now forcing Gabby Bryan to need an 8.0. And that just comes from her experience on this reef, putting in the time as well. You know, that was Bryan's turn with priority, and Erin found the space to get one of the best waves of the day. This one's starting to bowl up off the reef, and Gabriela Bryan out of position for it. You can see Katie Simmers just mind surfing it all the way through.
Wow. Just in disbelief. That last wave was just done perfectly. The wave selection, the fact that she did it underneath priority, the double arm drag, the beauty of the wave itself, the spit,
Goodness.
It all came together.
That was just insane. Wow, what did Strider see?
Well, I was on the water reporting live from the corner, watching the show and the bubble, and like literally watching that thing open up inside of there was just like the whole thing just like whoop and opened up, and she was standing in it, and she had the most perfect posture. The whole thing was so like orchestrated almost. It was like, I don't know, it was one of my favorite waves of the day so far, and having that thing just blow out the way it did, you can see the little like droplets sucking back in off the lip when you know, that's when you know the wave's about to spit. Oh, sorry, well, I'm on live action over here, inconsequential, but when you're in the tube and you see the little droplets start to suck back at you and it vacuums, then you know it's gonna just unload, and she just never changed posture, which was my favorite part of it. Just poof, and then just a little, I don't know if it was a double slambo or just like a puppy dog claim or just a grom, just feeling it. But either way, Coach's Corner lit up, we lit up. It was really fun to watch.
Gosh, that was a rad moment from Waz's corner there. All-weather Waz, Wastradamus. He's got a lot of nicknames for his reporting job out there. I think my favorite was watching him hang onto the sled at the Eddie event when the whole bay was closing out the year John won. 6:10 to go here. Before the 8.83, Erin got this 3.0.
Oh. She's really just having fun with it. This one's got a fair bit more size to it too. And she does come out, but, you know, not probably riding out with so much control, but Jake absolutely fired up after that.
I think right there she's going like, hey, judges, I got control. And then the good one came right after. Both waves under priority.
This is cool because she's got two great scores. And well, she got the 6.3 and an 8.83. And now it just gives her a bit more room for biggest, like, to push it, I guess. And she's going to be fired up too. She's so hungry. If another big set comes through right now, I mean, she's going to be smart. She does have priority, but, and she is, Erin's a competitor. Even though she's out of contention for fighting for a world title, she has her sights set on winning this event, no doubt. So she isn't going to want to let, you know, Gabriela run away with this or even give her an opportunity. But I think the surfer inside of her, and instinctually, she's going to want to improve on that 6.33. And yeah, she wasn't done this morning, and now we're finally seeing her sort of step up into that probably zone that she wants to be in. Kind of looks like she might have another swing here.
And now since Gabby took that wave when we were chatting with Strider, she's lost priority. Erin Brooks will hold position, so Gabriela will get this wave. Oh, a little out of control on the takeoff. She settles in, and she gets blasted out. Hands to the sky, surviving a wild one.
This is so cool. You're just seeing her progression happen right in front of our eyes right now. And just such genuine excitement and like she is elated. This is so cool.
That was epic. The feeling she got, her arms to the sky, on the edge of disaster on the takeoff, going, where's my rail? I missed it. I got it. Let me reset again, and then just shot out of a giant tube.
It's so cool.
A lot of personal best in the jersey, I should say, for Gabby Bryan at this event, and she's been putting the hard work in, and we're watching it right now.
Let's see what happened here. So grabs the rail a little bit off center, then regains that rail, gets absolutely tubed through that inside section. It was kind of almost, let's break it down from this angle. So goes to grab the rail, misses it, regains, and gets absolutely slotted on a bigger one too this time. So I'm super curious to see where the judges are going to go with this one. She tries to get that one pump. She does grab that rail. There are a lot of sort of, I guess, rivets in the face, like rivets and bumps in that face of that wave that she had to deal with. So this is from the takeoff. Tries to grab, and she just slips. Hits a little bump. Puts her front arm into the face of that wave. Slows herself down, gets one more pump, resets, and just locks in. There's a lot of turbulence there that she had to deal with, and just demonstrates the core strength she has. And my favorite part is just watching how excited she is after that, knowing how much she's improving during this event. From her first heat today to this quarterfinal heat, it's been drastic.
And then you think what Snake would be thinking, Erin's coach, going, Erin did have priority for that wave. So both finding their best numbers under priority against each other. So Brooks out the back was like, I'll let you go. And this is what Erin just did. Took off inside the barrel to try to max it out. Wow, she could do anything she wants out here today.
Yeah. She definitely feels like she's got that sort of playing with it attitude for sure. She's got to be a bit careful here though, because I mean, I think Gabriela's going to lock in another great score. Don't know where it's going to go. She needs an 8. So, got to be comparing it to, you know, somewhere in between. Gabby's 7.17. Erin's 8.83.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be that good. It just has to be excellent, right on the nose, an 8-point ride. We call that the excellent range, from the 8 to 10-point range on the championship tour. Gabriela Bryan now with priority. Remember, a lot on the line in this one. If Gabby Bryan loses this heat, then Molly Picklum will be in yellow at Cloud Break. Here's a couple big numbers, quite a few big numbers for Gabriela Bryan. She gets the score, an 8.87, better than Erin Brooks's 8.83. Now she's out in front with priority. Erin Brooks left chasing a 7.22.
Whoa! Holy, this is crazy. So good. I'm just loving this heat for so many reasons. I mean, coming into this, you definitely would have been thinking on paper, you know, Erin's got this upper hand just with the performance we've seen over the years. And, you know, out here in the past, in Fiji, just in barrels. And then Gabriela, this whole event, you know, she's been so open and honest with us about how much, you know, this isn't a strong point for her, but every single heat we've seen her improve. And I think that's the best thing about this event, is that you see people push themselves outside of that comfort zone. And I think there's the pure happiness and joy for me is just like her paddling back out and realizing like, oh my God, I'm doing this. I can do it. And I believe in myself and it's happening. And I don't know, it's just so rewarding. I think that it's the best, most rewarding thing in life. We've only got 30 seconds left on the clock, and things are looking potentially pretty good.
Gabriela Bryan showing up in a big way. It's one thing to make a statement when you're favored to win the event, and when you're in an event you want to improve on and you do something like that. That was massive. It can be intimidating when your opponent looks so comfy, they're just pulling into everything. But Gabriela Bryan just knew what she needed to do, pulled out an 8.87 when she needed it the most, and she will go up 2-1 against Erin Brooks in one-on-one heats and still keep herself with a chance to fight for the yellow jersey against Molly Picklum.
Wow, this is big. And to think that Erin had priority when Gabriela took off on that wave. Wow.
That was huge. Quarter 2 coming up next. World Champsy Katie Simmers taking on Tyler Wright.
And for the previous is congratulations to Gabriela Bryan advancing to semi-final. Avant le début de la deuxième série de quarts-de-finale qui oppose l'américaine Clinching à l'Australienne Tyler Wright, Clinching en rouge, Tyler Wright en bleu. Et je vous rappelle que
massive. There's still a lot of tow waves coming in. It's really fun and exhilarating to watch.
We're not even in the water and we can feel adrenaline through our veins already. I don't know what it's like to be out there. I don't want to know.
It's so hectic out here.
I love the rising tides. It's just like a fun thing to do while the contest is here.
Big thanks to the WSL Rising Tides, presented by Body Glove. That was one of the most radical versions of it. Here at the end of the road, they got to see a tow session go down. Kaylia traded in her Rising Tides jersey for a CT jersey just a couple of days later. And they got to see wild rides like Izzy Gomez getting an unbelievable whip in from the top of the reef. I hope Izzy has a phone now. We talked to her.
She does.
Does she?
She
oh,
has
good.
a phone. I've had contact.
Oh, so I guess she's been able to see her clips.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
What a legend. She joined us for the call just yesterday. Absolute charger, part of the Red Bull family. As you see, a nice afternoon happening here at the spot called Teahupo'o. We started calling this place Chopu for many years. You know, that was what you always heard for decades, you know, and you know, we realized from the locals that we were absolutely butchering the name for a very long time, but it was like just embedded in our brains because that was what was in the media at the time. And when everyone started hearing about it and you look at the O's at the end, you're like, oh, it's not Chopu, it's, you got the O-O sound with the Okina there. And so we've all been working on pronunciations ever since. Teahupo'o, you hear locals sometimes just say Teahupo'o, and everyone just says, hey, do the best you can. So we look at that floating version of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And like they said, you know, Katie was talking about how hectic that was and the energy that you feel, the adrenaline rush when they were watching the toe session. You feel that at the CT level in that channel. It's a place where your blood starts pumping. You're really so close to the action. I don't think you could be any closer to the action of a CT venue.
So it's like a real life Coliseum or gladiator event. I think you know, you've got this super shallow reef and, you know, people are screaming at you when sets are coming through and you almost feel this obligation to go even though you might not want to. And yeah, it is really something else. You get the opportunity to get in that channel and watch the event. It is the best place to be.
Scenarios continue on a very busy day for the race for the final 5. Let's break it down. So we've got Katie Simmers versus Tyler Wright. Caroline's already moved up to the 5th spot. So right now it's up to Tyler to see if she's still going to be able to compete for what would be a 3rd world title at Cloud Break. If Katie Simmers wins the heat that we have on right now, we know the 5. Then we just would have to set up the seating. If Tyler does win, then we still have something to talk about between Tyler, Caroline Marks, Betty Lou with those clinching scenarios in front of us. We'll see if it's going to be Tyler moving on. Wow, what a great read. Nice round barrel, nice confident look as she came out the other end. Answering on the next one, the reigning world champ, Katie Simmers, pretty deep on this thing. She'll make it as well. Back-to-back completions from our world champs.
That was really, really cool. I love it when the heat starts off. We've got a couple of back-to-back exchange. I think Katie's probably going to get the jump on that one. Just her tube, that little bit cleaner, that little bit longer. Second wave of the set, just a little bit more groomed, a little bit more cylindrical. But great effort from both women just then. I love to see it. It's so good. And the technique on the backhand for these women just keeps getting better and better. Tyler just having a little look here. But that progression, you know, it just, since the women have been back here at Chopes and competing, the progression of the women's backside tube riding has just gone through the roof. You know, it's been amazing to watch. I mean, we just even talk about Gabriela in the last heat and just from her opening round to that quarterfinal. As we look at Tyler's wave, just beautiful. Comes out just after that spit. Let's have a look from this channel angle. And it's just looks so good, doesn't it? You can see still how much power is in this swirl. And then behind her, Katie, this one I love. She gets the pump in first and she prolongs that tube time. It was quite a lengthy little tube. I love that first pump just to really set that line. So I'm thinking here that just that little bit extended tube time, Katie's going to get the jump potentially on Tyler here, but just back to back sets the tone of the heat. Good, let's go.
Love a little awesome exchange like that where everyone's getting a turn, they both get barreled. Tyler first, then Katie went deeper. You know, just that positioning, that understanding of barrel riding. Katie loves the slap. You know, we've seen that at the box over at Margaret River when, you know, she doesn't have a heat out there, but she just wants to go surf it. You know, she's had those strike missions to crazy barreling waves with her younger brother, Timo, and, you know, that's what she wants to do, have as much fun as possible. Came on the tour and just changed everything, which really felt like overnight. As we have the decision from upstairs, Katie wins the exchange by a couple of points, 8.6. First wave, excellent. And she goes right into first. Tyler got priority because she went on the opening wave. Her wave comes in at a 6.33.
Yeah, I see the difference though. You know, I think Tyler was just that little bit wider, like a little bit less tube time, and Katie, I mean, the setup, it was that second, I think the second wave of the set for me, it was just that little bit bigger. The positioning was that bit better. She was able to be a lot deeper. And yeah, she threaded that tube beautifully.
With so much speed, they want to see you coming out after the spit, and the ability to slow down like Katie did, but then coming out going 100 miles an hour. That's exactly what you want to see. Let's catch up with Kurt World number 2, Gabriela Bryan with Chris Cote.
Hey, thanks so much, team. Gabby, it's really weird. It feels like you were just sitting here a couple minutes ago saying you needed to work on your backside tube riding, and then you go out there and drop a high 8 on a masterful backside tube ride.
Thank you. Yeah, that was definitely the best left of my life for sure. And Yeah, I mean, I'm working with Teahupo'o, and he's just giving me like the best tips and kind of just giving me the confidence that I need. So, yeah, I honestly can't believe it. Like, I saw the wave coming, and I'm like, okay, just grab your rail. And then I hit a bump on the bottom, and I let go, and then the thing just opened up, and I was like, I got this. And then, yeah, it was incredible.
Strider was describing the look on your face when you came out of that barrel. What does that feel like to get one of the waves of your life in an event with a crowd like this and with everybody watching?
It's insane. Like I said, I feel like I haven't really been very confident on my backhand. So just to know that I can do it gives me so much confidence. And yeah, when I kicked out and everyone was clapping, I was just like, oh my gosh, is this even real? And then, yeah, I can't believe it.
Well, the proof was right there. You are a great backside tube rider, and you're on into the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well played. Thank you, Chris Cote. That was an awesome chat. Gabriela Bryan now setting new goals. This might be her favorite event very soon as we see the pin drop from Caitlin Simmers. Didn't have priority, so she took a chance there. That pin drop's been around for a long time, you know, going back to guys like Sean Thompson, who changed everything with tube riding back in the day, where he's actually starting to turn in the barrel. That was groundbreaking. And also big closeouts and off the wall. He would just pin drop to try to get out of there without just getting smoked. So Katie paddling back out. Tyler with priority, still in the game, needing a 2.58.
Yeah, I mean, the heat's definitely set, right? The two great sports scores on the board already. I just think, yeah, the great decision today to keep the comp going. I think, you know, to continue on into the quarters, and then, you know, now we've heard potentially go, you know, into the semifinals. And it was just been a great day of surfing. And I think for me, my favorite moment so far has been, you know, that last heat with Gabby, and just her seeing her own progression happen right in front of us has been so cool. I think, what other favorite moment? I think Vahine as well. That wave after her heat for me, you know, the heat had finished and she didn't get the win, so she was into the elimination round, but then that wave came through and she just threaded it perfectly. But yeah, just to see Gabriela just really excel today and push the limits in her own surfing, and it just be so visible was cool.
Teahupo'o Henry in her corner for this event, has a homestay right here at Teahupo'o. A lot of the locals have been just so busy over the last few years with Olympic training camps, and not only do they have, you know, a house for people to stay in, but if you're a wizard at Chopes like Teahupo'o, it helps out a lot with some coaching and having skis and access to the lineup. So that always comes into the equation of where you end up staying at the end of the road.
There's a lot of logistics that go into this event, right? Like from different coaches to your transport out here, to where you're staying, to boats, to preparation, to it's just such a different event, you know. Fiji sort of has similarities as well, you know, but I think logistically here, probably the most tricky to figure it out. But once you have that down and you're staying with that one family, you don't usually ever change that up. You know, you keep coming back, you keep staying with those same people and repeating the same program.
Katie Simmers stalling beautifully to put herself back in the pin, and comes out with the spit once again. Just a rad, stylish approach. Always just draws creative lines. Always hard when you're out in front backside to pull yourself back in. So that was really well done to really max out the scoring potential.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, you're talking about different lines. I think for me this year, watching her in the pool was pretty phenomenal, because she was able to, you know, draw certain lines and go to different places in the pool that other people weren't. You know, the pool can get, you know, in some degree, you watch it. I mean, I don't even know how many waves we watched when we were there, but we watched a lot. And it can get you, like, you know, the same sections and surfers are getting, it almost seems repetitive in a little bit. And to be able to inject a different line or something creative, like what Katie was able to do with those big extended roundhouse cutbacks that she was doing. I mean, you see it here, like the style is here on her backside tube riding as well, but she was doing that in the pool. And I think for me, that was something that, I mean, I've always loved that about her surfing, but it was really cool to watch in the pool, just that real point of difference. And yeah, I really think, yeah, that's her flair when it comes to the World Tour and her point of difference.
What a rad wave from Katie Simmers. It comes in at a 7-point ride to go with her 8.6, extending her lead over a two-time world champ, Tyler Wright. Tyler needing a 9.27. We've been on those amazing feats for young surfers in history. We mentioned Tyler still being the youngest ever to win a CT event at 14. Katie right next to her, the youngest ever world champ, accomplishing that last year. And last year at this event, Katie was upset in the elimination round by her good friend Sawyer Lindblad. The year before that, though, she was in the final, runner-up to Caroline Marks. So coming very close to a victory here in her first try. And that was her rookie season. Crazy rookie year. Second year, won the world title. Completely changing everything, representing Oceanside, California, making legends like Mike Lambrisi really proud. Beach breaks in Oceanside and, you know, just south of Lower Trestles, that CT stop. As we see a little draw off the reef. Priorities with Tyler Wright. Tyler needing a 9.27 to go right into first. She's committed to it and turns around at the last second. Priority goes to Caitlin.
Probably, I mean, it wasn't the best wave. You could see that right there, just kind of crumbly. I mean, you could see a little bit of frustration from Tyler too, knowing that she's given up priority, but definitely wasn't the best wave to sort of be having a sniff at.
Yeah, right there, you understood the decision, you know, once
Yeah.
she saw that the really hollow part of the wave was flattening out. She didn't want to waste any time with it. So already has a 6.33. She knows she's barrel hunting now, understanding the situation. Impossible to go to turns, really, if you need a 9.27 at this moment. As this is the quarters, and we're getting word that semifinals are on today. So we should dive into the final series bracket for the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Gabby Bryan, our first semifinalist, will be joined by either Katie Simmers or Tyler Wright. And Flick, how's the bottom half of the draw?
The bottom half is absolutely stacked. Quarter three could be a final. They're the two most informed surfers of this event so far. I mean, Molly Picklum, and you know what's cool? It's goofy and regular. That's it. It just, Vahine, queen out here, defending champ. Molly, so hungry for a win in at this wave. I know it. I mean, even just watching her the last couple of days, you know, when it was that warm-up toe session, I know she would have been like super hungry to just have a bite of it because she doesn't like to back down. Quarter four, you've got Betty Lou and Caroline. So Caroline, obviously also a past event champ out here. She's won an Olympic gold. And then Betty Lou, probably wanting to prove a bit more. And I mean, we've obviously also got seeding up for grabs too. So things aren't quite locked in. And a lot on the line. I just can't get past quarter three. And they're both getting, it's so crazy. It just feels so premature.
Wow, that one's coming up next. Picklum, world number 1 versus Vahine Fierro. It's the race to see who will be in yellow between Molly and Gabriela Bryan. The lowest seed that they could be in is number 2 into the Lexus WSL Finals. But big advantage when you're just waiting to see who your competitor will be. You start off with priority. Yellow could win that first title match and it can be over. And you look what Molly's got to deal with. The queen of Teahupo'o, Vahine Fierro, you know, has had 3 wild cards here and all the additions of this event since it's come back to the calendar for the women. 2-time semifinalist and a champ. You know, going back to last season as she won that final over Brisa Hennessy. Little look there for Tyler, she'll hold back.
Yeah, I think they're so, look, on paper, you know, you just read out those stats, you're thinking, okay, Vahine for sure. But earlier this morning, we were looking at the fantasy picks and the percentages there, and the majority were going with Molly. It's just so crazy that these two are meeting up. I think what I've seen from Molly, I mean, she's always been pretty good and pretty advanced on the women's side of the tour with her backside shoe braiding. But she's just gotten so much better in the from last year to even this year. And then I think for me, it's just going to be Vahine's wave selection out there and her knowledge of the reef. Something else as we look to Molly getting ready for that super heat coming up, quarterfinal 3.
This Red Bull Athlete Zone floats.
Probably the coolest Red Bull Athlete Zone we have on tour.
Molly Picklum, second, racking up that Darren Hanley design. She's a Mophie team rider as well. Could be a contender for being a Mophie charger of the event for what she threw down in the opening round this morning, locking in on the backhand. A two-time world champ, Tyler Wright, getting a little pocket ride and she's out. Just trying to force a rhythm there after having to lose priority on that wave that ended up not staying hollow. But she's chasing a serious score, 9-2-7, so nothing changing for Tyler there. Katie still out front. Remember, if Tyler loses this heat, we know the 5 for the Lexus WSL Finals. If she wins, then we still have some things to figure out with her and Caroline Marks and the rest of the crew. We're going to take a quick break. We'll finish up this second quarterfinal right after this.
Blue, you're still chasing a 9.27. Of red, 0.57.
You can look at it that it's all for yourself, or you can, it's just for those people who support me, and that's why I do it.
I think it was really tough for Katie, leaving home when she values friends and family so much.
She's 18 years old. Her friends are all over here going to like school dances, getting boyfriends, just cruising, having fun. And we're like getting on a plane, flying 23 hours to Bells Beach. Do we really want to do that?
You're on this world stage.
And I can't even begin to describe how intense it is.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Her mom is just the real rock for Katie.
You do your best, you give your kids love. To be there for her was everything.
You know, everyone loses more than they win, right? She wants to perform to a standard that she knows she can, and she wants to do it her way.
Absolutely love the Yeti as told by series, and the one that Katie Simmers just released is amazing. It's really fun to watch. You go inside the home of the Simmers family in Oceanside, California. You learn a lot about them. You know, they didn't come from the surf industry. Her dad, Jesse, an electrician, Allie, a hospice nurse, and they're just proud of their kids and want to make sure that they're having fun, but they obviously realized they had a phenom on their hands. There's all these people that were invested in Katie's career at the amateur events in Southern California, and they're always like, well, we'll see what she wants to do. And then she made the call that she qualified and she wasn't going to take the spot. That, you know, broke the internet. The headline news going out, wait, Katie's not taking her spot. That only happened once before in surfing history when Taj Burrow did the same thing in the late 90s. But you go, man, people get lost on the QS. Katie's obviously different, qualified easily the following year and was like, yep, I'm ready, and won Rookie of the Year. As we saw this during the break, Sel for priority, the veteran, was able to force Katie on that one.
That was pretty interesting because, I mean, that one didn't have too much wall on it, but Tyler just pulling all the tricks out of the bag here, and she's forced Katie's hand, and now she's got priority. So, I mean, it's the right move. Tyler's chasing a really, really big score, and you know, as of today, that would be the highest wave of the day so far. So, she's got to be a set. It's got to be a big open cabin, and she's got to thread it really well. Looks like one's on the horizon now.
We're losing some water on the reef. It's all getting drawn off the top. Just ejecting of surfboards and diving down as far as they can as they war this one.
There's still a lot of energy in that lineup. It's crazy, right? Like I think it's just we're so desensitized because of those couple of tow days that we saw pre-event. And then we're like, oh, yeah, it's dropped off a lot. And then since the first day, we're like, oh, yeah, it's dropped off. But there is still some very solid waves out there that would make the most punters a little bit scared. It's so much water moving. It's really turbulent. It's intimidating still. I mean, that last set, looking at that front on, would have been like, oh, God. Oh, no.
Especially when it's a surprise like that. You think you've adjusted to the right takeoff spot. You're watching the heat before, and then just out of nowhere, a dark one comes off the reef and takes you by surprise. Not all of those sets have been, you know, the ones you want, it seems. There's some medium ones that have been opened up real hollow on that inside shelf. Kind of like the wave that Tyler decided not to go on with priority. It didn't look like it had a serious section to pull in on. And she knew it. She's like, yeah, it's not even worth going. I'll lose priority and hope for the best. Still chasing a 9.27.
Yeah, I think today, those big sets, I mean, you kind of saw a little bit of that wave as, you know, both of the girls got caught, but it wasn't really doing it as we see Katie having a little look here. It's definitely those ones that are focusing in on that inside ledge. This one looks like might have something to it. Tyler's sort of having a look.
So that one rolling underneath, 8:55 to go. Tyler's been through just about every situation you can think of, you know, making the tour back in 2011, accomplishing the Rookie of the Year award, just like her big brother Owen Wright did. I believe that's the only brother-sister combo to accomplish Rookie of the Year on the championship tour. Along the way with those 2 world titles, she's also picked up 17 championship tour wins. She's on page 1 of the all-time win list. And that 17th victory was the first event of this season, the Lexus Tahiti Pro, as she started off world #1. Great opportunity to maybe feel what it's like to surf like Katie or Tyler. If you download True Surf, play that really fun video game. You can find out more information on worldsurfleague.com/True Surf, and you can surf in the same conditions that they're surfing in today. Work on your barrel riding, tube technique, your style like Katie, your veteran type approach like Tyler Wright, and it's all for free on the App Store and Google Play. Getting closer to the heat with Molly Picklum and Vahine Fierro, which is quarter 3. And we'll see Caroline Marks out there with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. If Tyler loses, we know the 5. That'll mean Marks and Betty Lou will, you know, calm down a little bit in that 4th quarter. But if Tyler wins, it's not over yet. As now she's running out of time a bit, but she will watch Katie Simmers use priority, grabbing the rail, styling, puts herself nice and deep. Real comfortable backhand tube ride for the reigning world champ.
That was excellent. That was really, really good. I loved it. Just, I mean, I loved for the size of the wave, the way she read that section, how her feet placement were on the board from the takeoff, how close they were together, just to shift that wave forward. Also the awareness that the barrel was getting a little bit clampy and a little bit tight at the end. So let's break this one down. You can see just super stylish here, really playing with it and toying with it. And that's that high line she had to draw just to make sure she squeezes out of that tube. But just those different lines and super stylish. She looks calm, she looks casual. I think I've said that a lot today, but I just really think it's the difference between looking, you know, well, in control and not. You know, you're either hanging on for dear life or you're looking casual, you know, like Vahine, like Molly. You see it here with Katie, and that's when those big scores are coming.
Classic backhand tube riding from Katie Simmers. As we now see Tyler Wright with a lot of speed, incredibly deep, surfing for all of that 927. Making it clear that she's surfing for 10s at the moment. She'll grab the Paisel, and you'll have to deal with a ton of power on her head. Almost to the channel. But even when it's just a foot away, you're gonna feel it. Tyler tells the water patrol she's all good. And she'll go as deep as she can, but in a nice spot for Tyler to punch free. 5:30 on the clock here. Looking to get on a roll throughout the afternoon. She knows she's had it in her to win another event. And that would be a classy way to finish up this tour, to bookend it with a pipe title and a Chopes title. Let's see what happened here.
Oh, she was just super deep, coming from behind the curtain there. And I mean, this one didn't really offer too much of an exit. I like the intention though. I feel like she's pretty hungry for it. You can see the little tap on the head there. That's the signal, the universal signal that I'm okay. Tells the Tahitian Water Patrol that she's all right. But yeah, I mean, I like the intent. She's super hungry for it. And I mean, unfortunately, I think the wave just let her down there a little bit. Just didn't really stay open, probably how she was hoping.
So Tyler Wright, unfortunately, even though the effort was fun to watch, for her, she knows she still needs that 927. Katie looks like she wants this wave, and she will change her mind at the end. Looks back at the tower to see if there will be a change in priority. Nothing moving. And looks like she'll still control the outside position. Oh, there's the switch. I gotta have some patience there, don't I? So yeah, there's the switch. She made a move. Tyler Wright gets priority, and that's good for Tyler. She's the one that needs it the most.
Yeah, she does. 4 minutes to make it happen here. She kind of needs to, you know, it's the best wave of the day. It will be for the women so far. So it's going to be something incredibly special. I'm thinking a bigger set wave, something that really stays open. But what we've seen these, I mean, it's going to be hard because most of these set waves that are coming through today, they're not really staying open the whole way. It's those smaller inside ones. So potentially something that swings a bit wider, maybe something with that big west bowl on it. Potentially those ones that really throw over.
Exactly what we're looking for. Tyler Wright wants it to give herself a shot at Cloudbreak, where she had one of the craziest hands-free backhand tube rides a long time ago over a foam ball. She would be devastating for the tour. She could get there. So Katie's trying to hold her off. Tyler, if she loses now, we'll know our 5. You're looking at it right there above the cut line. And if she can pull off something big in 3 minutes, we'll wait and see what happens with Tyler and Caroline Marks. The ocean's starting to show some life. It's up to Tyler. Remember, Katie looked at a wave. That gave Tyler priority. Tyler's thinking about go time. Is she in the right spot? She locks in, and that thing didn't let her in.
Super deep on that one.
So deep, she wants to surf for a 10, and unfortunately, she just has to roll off her board. Priority back to Katie.
I mean, it's going to be really difficult right now. I mean, Katie, you've got to be thinking, is not going to give her another opportunity here. And considering, you know, you just take into account the rhythm of the ocean, how frequent these sets are, the fact that we've just had a set.
Yeah, tough times for Tyler Wright, who's turned in incredible performances this season. You know, outside the win from Pipe, was able to get the quarters in Portugal, semi-final at Bells, an event she's dominated in her career. Came off a quarterfinal at Jeffreys Bay. In her first world title run, it was the most dominant world title performances in history. 5 championship tour wins that year. Got the world title early in France. Rode a victory lap, switch foot, and wore Big Brother's jersey as he was going through some injuries at the time. And still so dedicated to the game. 1:24 to go, and we are getting very close to potentially seeing our 5 that will be going to Cloudbreak.
Wow, this is pretty cool. And then all that's left is the seeding. So, and with Molly and Gabby still in it, fighting for that #1 spot, that's super exciting. And to think about, you know, I mean, Molly's got a really stacked heat coming up this quarter 3, the next one against Vahine. So if she's wanting to keep that, Gabriela's still in the draw, you know, defeating Erin in that last heat, in the last quarter. it's you know, it's pretty crazy. It's all going down, Joe. It's getting exciting.
There's been so much happening in the last couple of days, even before the event started, with the toe sessions, the free surf, you know, and then all the final 5 situations unfolding. Isabella, unfortunately, falling out of the final 5 as she went down in the elimination round today. Got sent there by a big performance from her good friend, Erin Brooks. Caroline Marks making the quarters, got the jump into the 5th spot, and now we've got 15 seconds, and we'll see if Tyler's gonna get there. Katie's got priority. So it's looking like we are seeing our 5, and we'll wait to set up the seating. It is official. Tyler Wright goes down to Katie Simmers here in quarterfinal number 2. Simmers takes on Gabriela Bryan in semifinal number 1. And you want to hear your 5? Caroline Marks, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, Gabriela Bryan, and Molly Picklum will be competing for a world title at the Lexus WSL Finals. We'll see how the seeding goes throughout the rest of this event. Up next, Molly Picklum takes on Vahine Fierro. We'll be right back.
Advancing to semi-final. Voilà donc début de la série qui oppose dans ce 3e quart de finale la numéro 1 mondiale actuellement, l'Australienne Picklum, à la Polynésienne Vahine Fierro en bleu. Molly est bien sûr en jaune. Série de 35 minutes pour une place en demi-finale. Pour la série qui vient de se terminer, félicitations à Katie Simmers qui se qualifie pour les demi-finales au détriment de Tyler Wright.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Banca de Tahiti, official bank partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. And by Lexus. Experience amazing.
We're at the end of the road in Tahiti for the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. We're calling this the Super Heat. These 2 women have had the highest wave totals so far, but you know what? They've all been super heats because our quarterfinal number 1 went off with Gabriela Bryan and Erin Brooks. This last quarterfinal with Katie Simmers, Tyler Wright went off, and yet another great setup, Kaipaguro here with Stace Galbraith. And Stace, we have it finalized. Our women's final 5. However, we have not solidified the seeding for those final 5, but the final 5's filled.
Yeah, and you're right, getting back to the heats, it's been absolutely amazing. That last heat was sensational. Caitlin Simmers' victory over Tyler Wright. The score is probably not, you know, truly indicative of how close that heat really was. They're trading off some great waves, and we're into another absolute blockbuster heat here. Like you said, on paper, this one has been the one to watch, but we've been spoiled. Every heat's been amazing.
Let's take a look at the live rankings right now. Like we said at the opening of this heat, to bring you up to date, the final 5 have been established for the women. As we take a look at those live rankings here. Yet the seeding not established as of yet. Remember, #1 seeding in Fiji. You win that first title match in which you have priority going into that title match, you win a world title. It's a big advantage.
It's massive. This heat right here for Molly Picklum, prior to going into Fiji, this is the biggest heat of her career. Right here, right now, with the waves the way they are, the competitor she has to beat, and what's at stake, because Gabriela Bryan has already moved through to the semi-finals and she's looking absolutely amazing. So this heat here for Molly, just to keep in front and to keep that pressure on, is super important.
And talk about a challenge. Molly up against our defending champ, Vahine Fierro, who's been in fine form, riding that CI Traveler, Happy Traveler, traveling through tubes.
Traveling. And you'll see here, Molly's actually trying to do what Vahine has done to a lot of her competitors. But the trouble with that and the challenge that Molly has is Vahine knows this piece of reef so well that you'll see her just track her down to the spot and kind of keep her within range.
So this right here is a quick one for Molly Picklum, and this handed over priority to Vahine Fierro.
And you can see Molly sort of sniffing around now with second priority, but Vahine knows like second priority doesn't mean second chance wave or like the scraps at all. We've seen so many great rides ridden with third and second priority this event with the men and the women. So you can see here with Vahine, she is not giving Molly an inch.
Fierro looking interested in this one. That's an effort into it. Up, riding, dragging, gets covered up. Easy exit for the Tahitian. And that's going to start her campaign here. By Vahine Fierro's standards, that's a modest start, but it's a number on the board.
Picklum
right behind
outside.
her, Picklum, right behind, way deep, and that one spits through here, and not an exit for Molly Picklum, but great technique.
Very impressive.
Just to travel.
Just to lock into that thing.
And Pickles on the paddle back out. Talked a little bit, we talked about the Happy Traveler that Vahine is riding right here in this Tahitian tube.
Yeah, just a nice way to get things underway.
And then Molly
Picklum, not going to be a huge score. You see that she tried to get the big pump up into it, and I don't think anything could have really helped her there. That wave was just running off too quick, but she did absolutely everything that she could have to give herself a chance. Crazy drone vision there, and unfortunately, just probably 2 or 3 really big pumps too deep. So great effort there from Molly, but yeah, obviously she'll look to try and find a wave that lets her out.
Yeah. Had a chat with Molly's shaper, Dameron Handley from DHD Designs earlier in the comp when it was a little bit bigger. Molly riding a 6.2 DNA roundtail. That one right there, that's a 6.0 DNA roundtail, and giving you a
Oh, just going for it, like not jumping off at all. There wasn't a, she wasn't doubting herself at all. She's really going for it. But she's had a few wipeouts today, so the energy levels will definitely be getting zapped.
Yeah, you can see her gasping for oxygen on the paddle back out, trying to pace herself. Vahine Fierro. We'll see her in 2026 on the championship tour, but this is her last event of this year. And she doesn't have to surf the challenges because she's already qualified. So likely she's just going to be taking a break and enjoying her beautiful home. Let's hear from Katie Simmers. She's into the semifinals. She's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Skypo. Hey, Katie, not a bad day at the office. Another great heat in the books for you right there.
Yeah.
All right, well, I know this is a big day for you. You just locked in the Final Five with that victory over Tyler Wright. Of course, we're going to be talking about the upcoming Final Five all week long, so let's talk about something deep here. Strider Wasilewski told me that you filled him in a little bit on a magical surfboard that you've actually put on ice over here in Tahiti to let the mana soak in. It looked like it worked. Can you tell us the story behind the board you're riding?
Yeah, I was telling Strider, he asked what board I was riding, and I just said I was riding a 5.9 that I left here for a year, and me and Tommy were kind of just talking about how it kind of just was soaking in this place and getting all the energy, and so it worked. It has it kind of has like a layer of dirt like on the whole thing, but it worked.
I didn't mean to divulge the secrets. I mean, it's out now. So we're watching this heat in the water. You got Molly and Vahine coming up. You're going to be going against one of these surfers in the semifinals. Do you have any preference, or is it just whoever you got?
They're pretty equal, I feel like. I'm equally terrified because Molly's been really good. She's been, I don't know, she's just like, she's been doing something right the last couple events, and it's been cool to see because I've always known that she got it, but yeah.
Well, we have huge matchups coming up. Katie Simmers is absolutely tearing this place apart. What are your goals for the next heat?
Do what I did.
Do what you did. Do it again. Go, Katie.
All right, yeah, Katie Simmers. We're going to feature Katie Simmers in semifinal number 1 up against Gabriela Bryan. And then we're going to be setting up semifinal number 2 in this quarterfinal 3 and 4. And it's interesting that getting the mana, the energy from Tahiti, the mana stays from Whenua, from the land over here with a little layer of dirt on top of that 5.9 Bourse design.
Yeah, it's a special place. You definitely, you know, a lot of people say when they talk about the wave or they talk about the place, they get chicken skin. It's definitely, it's in the air, it's in the water. This place is special, particularly at the start of the week when we saw what we saw. It's yeah, it's one of the 7 wonders of the surfing world for a reason.
And even on land stays, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a fair bit of spirits that are lurking around the place that we're staying right now, my friend.
Big time.
It's got a vibration, bro.
There's a vibration going on down there. The lily pond in particular.
Yeah. Giant full moon last night. It was daytime at night. There's that Bourse design, Chris Bourse shaped that 5.9, and looks pretty standard. I mean, the one thing about these boards and that Chris Bourse he prides himself on is that he made his own shaping machine. He made his own mill, and he's able to duplicate to the T these boards. Molly Picklum gets a pump in and then goes cartwheels over the falls.
That was a tough one.
Oh my. You saw her how she got forward on that, Stacey. We've seen that with surfers before, but she got that pump in and got down the line a little bit, but then over the front foot. And look how quickly she got up, though, to her credit. Wow.
Yeah, just straight back out, got through that one, no worries. But yeah, it's just such a fine line between how much like friction you want to create on the wall, and that one she really just kind of probably, you know, just leant over a little too hard for how fast she was going. Maybe she thought she was going faster than what she was, and it just kind of bit in a bit harder than what she thought.
Here she goes. What went wrong?
Yeah, I just don't think she was going fast enough to like put that much pressure on the face of the wall, and it kind of grabbed a bit harder than what she was thinking. She kind of got a pump out the start of the wave, but didn't really drive forward through it. And as you can see there, like the spray coming off the body is yeah, probably just a little too much. And then unfortunately, the tough one with those ones is there's every chance she went over and hit her board there.
Look at that.
That's gnarly.
And
see her hand like reaching out to try and make sure that, you know, hitting the bottom is sometimes inevitable, but the board, you can kind of control where it is and getting away from it, because like the edges of those boards and obviously the fins, yeah, it's you know, there's multiple reasons why these men and women wear impact vests and helmets. It's not just for getting, you know, knocked out or hitting the bottom. There's so much danger, particularly with this wave.
And so impressive that she got out of that so quickly, got back to the surface and started paddling full steam ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel mere mortals would be rattled by a wipeout like that.
Totally, like freeze, then get the next one on the head and get lagooned. No, it's really impressive. And you know, hear Strider talking about it. He's done his time out here. It's like it's obviously it's a life-threatening wave, and it's everything that comes with it. It's the channel, it's the wave, it's your equipment, it's just so much going on, so much to take in. And then the worst thing that can happen on a day like today is like you get a cork or something. You know,
yeah.
These ladies had to surf a few heats today. You know, particularly if they've had to come through the elimination round. Live action.
Fierro gets a pump in, just a little duck under the curtain, just for a second. Pocket ride, has a 4-point ride, looking to just inch up over her 1.27. Probably got that done in that moment, and just staying on a rotation right now. Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, at this level, quarterfinal, with how impressive they've been, like that's unfortunately just a bit of a slip up there. That wave was kind of pretty tall and sort of looked like it sat in between like the back ledge and the inside ledge and didn't really tube. So maybe in your first heat you could probably be a little bit more, you'd forgive yourself, but I know Vahine will be kicking herself there. That really just did not provide for her.
Yeah, Vahine as the former champ, and we caught up with Vahine asking about her and competing here at her home break.
Having the WSL come back every year is a blessing for us because, we get to have a show, a real show with the best surfers in the world coming at our home, and sharing our culture and spreading our culture for the world is very unique. We're a very small place on the globe, but through the beauty of our culture, we're able to be on the big stage and show how beautiful and how powerful the Tahitians are.
Yeah, and gosh, that's true. And it's true, I feel like, of all Polynesians, in which culturally in Polynesia, you put your lahui, your race and your ohana and your family over the individual. So it's an interesting thought process. The Polynesian mindset where it's the collective group and their success and their sharing is more important than the individual and what the individual wants or the individual achieves. And at the same time, for someone like Vahine Fierro, because there's that ohana concept, when she wins, everyone wins in your lahui, in your ohana.
And it's a measurable, I don't want to call it an advantage because that's sort of speaking lightly of the situation, but it's if you know what I mean. It's like you've got that whole country and your whole culture behind you, the results and what can come and the confidence, I guess, is what it gives you to perform and be content with yourself and put yourself on that big stage, knowing that you've got your family and your whole town and, like I said, your whole culture behind you. It just sort of. She never looks flustered, and I think a lot of Polynesians, a lot of Hawaiians, you think of the crew coming out of New Zealand, all the Pacific Islands, it's like they know who they are.
Yeah, and it's true in everyday life where everybody waves to you, the car goes by, you wave to them, they wave to you. You go surfing, you high five, or you shake hands with everybody in the lineup. There's this sharing, right? Picklum. Off the bottom, into the barrel. Can she come through that one? She just got clipped. That was looking so positive for Molly Picklum. I love the fade technique, the tuck knee on the grab rail, but just the exit eluded Pickles.
Yeah, and that's where, I just want to go back to the mistake of Vahine, and she'll know that too. That really was her chance to put another good score on the board there. The use of priority earlier on that wave that didn't pan out. Vahine on that particular wave as a goofy footer would have been able to get into that one a lot easier and been able to maximize it. Pickles could have done the same thing too if she had just been a little luckier there with her stall, but just the sequence of waves in the heat is now kind of thrown off with that mistake from Vahine, and she got off lucky there that Molly wasn't able to execute.
Yeah, here it is again, Stace.
Yeah, she kind of went the long way into this one, but it looked really cool. Big swoop off the bottom, but it's, it looked like her back foot maybe just slipped off a little bit there, and then obviously getting lipped in the head doesn't help. If you don't have both feet on the board, you can't really just duck under and adjust.
And these waves that are running and a little bit tighter now with this tide and this swell, as previously today and yesterday, I feel like there's an advantage to being on your toes, to being facing the wall, to be able to squeeze in and have that leverage off your toes rather than balancing on your heels like the backsiders.
Yeah, and I feel like what Molly did there, and Katie did it earlier, how they kind of swoop into the tube, sort of creates that heel and toe flip in your board, and obviously they're still going to have their back to the wave unless you Kai Lenny and you just start going switch. But it sort of, it weights and unweights the board, whereas like you look at Tyler and some of Molly's other rides where they're just pig dogging straight off the takeoff. It's just all heels, and it's just a matter of like weighting or unweighting their heels, and they're never, the board's never flat, and sometimes that can be hard to navigate when it's a bit chandelier. You kind of almost just like set your line and hope. Whereas you see the long way of going to the tube, then it kind of gave her the opportunity to like set up her board and be a little bit more, you know, maneuverable on it. But yeah, unfortunately she got the whole ocean on the back of her head and it knocked her off her board.
Yeah, I love that explanation. Let's go to Strider in the channel. What do you got for us, Strider?
Yeah, Kipes, just, you know, got back in the lineup here and just checking out Coach's Corner, always listening and always trying to get some nuggets for you guys. And Tereva David talking to Molly as she paddled back out, and he said, you know what, go sit right next to her, just inside, there's some round ones there, and he said to put his, you got to keep your head in, you got to keep your head up under the hood there. So, you know, identifying that posture and that positioning and always leaning into it as much as she can to keep her head against the wall so she doesn't drift into the lip. And that was, you know, a key element of that last wave where she got taken off. So, you know, if she would have made that wave, it would have been a good score. And it was all because of the head and the posture and the positioning inside the barrel. So he just updated her, said she's got plenty of time, get back out there, do some work.
And here she is doing work, jumps onto the bottom of this one. And it is a wide barrel, but that wide barrel shuts the door on Molly Picklum. Hey, it's not for lack of effort right now for Molly Picklum. She is going for it.
And it looks good. Like it's only a matter of time before one of those opportunities goes her way. It's just those subtle, you know, either a little technical thing that she can work on as her coach suggested, or just a bit more luck with the wave. Like takeoff there was amazing, but unfortunately just ran off into the channel. Wow, this angle's going to look amazing. Yeah, there's nothing she could have done there. Just ran off into the channel and even kind of clamped at the end. So even if she did get a big pump up into it, I think it would have been really, really tricky to come out that wave. She would have probably had to be not deep enough to even, you know, make it and be worthy of a score. And as Vahine's been doing and as Molly's been doing, they're not surfing the shoulder. They're trying to really, you know, drop a huge score on the board with this much time left in the heat.
Yeah, and here we go again. Vahine looking at this one, decides to hold on to her priority, continue to control the heat. She's got the lead, although it's a modest lead and priority, but I feel like this is going to be a second half heat right now from what we're seeing from these two surfers, Stace.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen the one small score from Vahine. I hope it's not there at the end. I hope that, you know, they both get their chances, but that could be something to work off. She can drop an excellent score on the scoreline to sort of build with the 4. It might be the total that all she needs to get it done here, because with, you know, when surfers have this mindset and all they're doing is swinging for the fences, Molly might end up, you know, just again that rhythm for her at the moment hasn't been there. She's at you know, 5 attempts and just hasn't been able to convert on one yet. But like you said, it's not through lack of trying, but sometimes, you know, you got to think about a way to get yourself kind of into the heat, and you know, how long do you just keep going for that knockout punch for, is what Molly would be thinking right now.
Yeah, well, right now we're in the quarterfinals. Coming up next, quarterfinal number 4 is going to be Sakura Johnson up against Caroline Marks, seeding implications for the two surfers already clinching their spot in the final 5. The beauty of Tahiti, the island in French Polynesia that we're viewing from the Tahiti flight cam. It is a beautiful setting, and there's postcards everywhere you look in this beautiful land. Peaceful, quiet, relaxing on land with some beautiful waterfalls and forests, black sand beaches, pink sand beaches, but out in the ocean right here, one of the world's most powerful and ominous waves we talk about here. Teahupo'o, Pere'ure, Chopes, whatever you want to call it, the end of the road right here is a world-class wave that attracts surfers from across the globe.
Yeah, and we've been treated to it all this week, haven't we? We've got to see a couple of amazing days of warm-ups with some, traveling kind of free surfers and tow surfers and everyone in between. And then, once the competition got underway, I'd say it was perfect size on that opening day. The odd wave you could call maybe a tow wave, but a lot of the waves kind of in that 8 to 10 foot range, a couple of bigger ones. And then with the swell kind of, decreasing today, it's still been really fun though. I've seen heaps of opportunity. Can't really think of a heat where someone's been, iced out and kind of been unfairly treated by this break. It's been a really, really, fair day.
Yeah, there's been, tons of opportunities, but all of these surfers have earned it, right? Nothing's come easy for anyone. I mean, everyone who's gotten an excellent score has also had horrible wipeouts at the same time.
Yeah, big time. You see still some energy in the ocean. I mean, we spoke about it this morning. The kilojoules are there. They're going to have to bail out here. Just getting under it. I mean, that's a bomb. Uncle Strider would be ripping his hair out with froth.
Another one drawing off
a couple
the
of
reef.
waves in the set. I mean, it's just still picture perfect.
Look at how that just goes below sea level too when it draws up, especially the second wave of the set. I feel like that first wave takes some water, but then the second wave, even less water to deal with. We've passed the high tide mark, by the way, by a couple hours today. So we do have the tide on its way back out. A little under a foot of tide fluctuation here in Tahiti. As in most, Tahiti and Hawaii being similar latitudes, but on the north and south side of the equator, not huge tide fluctuations. Molly Picklum here drags the body and just hangs on through a bunch of froth. 4.27 is what she needs to take the lead. I don't think she's going to get on that, but just a valiant effort because she's under the priority right now, Vahine.
Totally. I can understand what she's doing now, kind of, under that 10-minute mark, you're starting to think, okay, might have to get into playing the game here. And in her mind, she would have been looking for, anything between like a 3.5 and a 5. She would have been paddling back out after that wave going, okay, stoked, I'm in the conversation of what's happened in this heat so far, but unfortunately only a 2-point ride there for Molly. Still it leaves her behind the 8 ball still in this heat. But by no means, Vahine hasn't run away with it at all. It's still really tight. What makes surfing heats so difficult on a day like today is that last set. It just messes with your mind and your positioning.
Yeah.
If you're both of these surfers, like they'll both be sitting there going, we just missed 2 great opportunities, the 2 best opportunities of the heat. So what do? Do we sit out there and stay there, or do we come back to this inside ledge and try and hunt some waves that line up a bit more through the west bowl and on the first ledge? So it's that's what's really tricky about this wave at this size. You can understand if a wave comes through and they just miss it or they just duck diving it, because it's not like a perfect science every time. Even though the photos look perfect, it moves around a lot.
And Molly just, so fit and such a charger. She's been putting her head down over and over again, and it's just the waves have not given her an exit door. Here we go. Vahine drops straight into this, stalls the bottom turn, pulls into a pit, high line through that barrel, and just majestic in her approach, the choreography that she has and how in sync she is with this wave. So impressive. She's got a 2.17 in her scoreline. That thing's gonzo. Tossed out the door. She's going to increase her lead over Molly Picklum.
So impressive. And that's where that 4-point ride now is going to become so valuable. At the start of the heat, she wouldn't have been thinking that she'll keep that score, but now with the clock counting down and adding a wave like this, beautiful positioning, not overdoing it, making sure she just gets another completion on the board. She did really well to make that takeoff. It was really steep. And again, the waves prior drew them out a bit further. And you could see Molly paddling to that wave, thinking if Vahine doesn't catch this, I'm going to be able to swing late. But Vahine picked it up early enough and you know, her riding a big enough board for her to just be able to glide into that. I think, you know, you will see the surfers still stay on that, you know, few inch step up, bigger equipment, mainly due to the wind at this point too. Making sure that really, when they commit to the wave, they're going to get it. And you see that with Vahine, that she hasn't looked late today at all.
Yeah, and just her awareness that she drops straight down to kind of put herself in that position, then pulls up and got the pump.
Yeah.
5.67 checking in for Vahine Fierro, and she increases her lead over Molly Picklum. Picklum with priority, 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the board, and Molly needs a pretty big score of a 7.67. She's gotten bigger numbers than that already today, so we know she has it in her.
And we've seen scores like that. We've seen scores like that come through in this heat, both with falls and both with just being a little bit out of position. So we know that opportunity is out there, and it's not, you know, some of the heats we've had today, Kipes, we've spoken about straight away, oh, you know, you've got to break that down in 2 waves. Molly Picklum is doing this in 1.
She can do it in 1.
She can easily do it in 1, and she knows how important this heat win is. She wants to go into Fiji #1. Who wouldn't? You got to win 1 heat and you're the champ.
Well, yeah, it's a decided advantage, right?
Yeah.
Another thing this year with the Lexus WSL Finals in Fiji is the higher seed will get the first priority at the beginning of every heat. So the next heat that we watch, both 4 and 5, they're going to be in the first match, Sakura and Caroline, but whoever wins that heat is going to have the higher seed and get that priority. So, so many scenarios to catch you up on as this evolves. But, you know, the sprint for the final 5 is done. It's just about the seeding at this point. Molly Picklum sees something.
She sees something out the back.
Stroking out the back.
Oh, look, she's not too far out. She thinks she's in the right spot.
Oh, wow.
Important wave here for her season.
Look at this thing. Drops in. It's a big barrel. It spits and she comes out. Molly Picklum.
You animal, Molly Picklum. That was insane.
She got the claws out, clawed into that one and scratched it up.
Here we go, Vahine behind.
Vahine right behind her. A big roomy barrel, gets a couple pumps there, and Vahine spin. And
she was right there.
Does not make it, but Molly Picklum may have just turned the heat. Like you said, Stace, she can do it on 1 wave. 7.67. I feel like she got the number.
Oh, that's a 9. That's one of the best scores of the day. How late she was and just got under limit, how critical and deep. The bummer too for Vahine, great effort there, amazing ride. Bummer she didn't make it, but she also got kind of sucked over and Molly beat her back out.
This is a pleasure to watch.
Yeah. So late with the drop, just under it, right on the foam ball. This is going to be a massive score.
Heavy.
Oh,
watch this from above. The flight cam and the icy replay. Just bucking Bronco on that foam ball didn't bother her at all.
That's world champ shit right there. That's amazing.
Below
that is
sea
how
level.
you do it. That's a statement to the whole tour.
Don't put her in a corner because that's when the claws come out. Let's dissect this in slow motion, Stace.
I love this angle. Super low. See how thick and critical the wave is. I've seen a few waves kind of that have been bigger, chandelier. Not this one. Stayed wide open. 9.77. Thanks for coming.
10 points from one judge, 9.77, and Molly Picklum turns quarterfinal number 3 in spectacular fashion on her 7th wave after numerous beatings, comes back, gets it done.
Wow.
Brad Bricknell there, out here supporting her with Mofi. You'd be stoked to see that one. And you know,
he was charged, wasn't he?
Yeah, fully charged. Nice.
Strider, that was incredible.
That was so mental. I'm talking pure, absolute drama right there. The way that she dropped in, she drifted the tail, then she set the rail, and then she came through it. I mean, right next to the foam ball the whole time. Everything was there, all the elements, and you know, she performed when the super pressure was on. It's going to be really hard to battle back. We don't have a lot of time left, obviously, as everybody knows, so we'll see if another wave can come for the queen. Don't ever count her out. But that was one heck of an exchange. And, oh, Vahine falling out of the end of that one barrel right behind it. Come on. Woo!
Yeah, Strider's absolutely right. She has to stay sharp here, Molly. You know, all that adrenaline in her system, she's kind of got to just get back into the heat smarts of this thing and shut it down. I think that she's too far away from Vahine right now. She needs to close that gap. Vahine only needs a 6-point ride, and we've seen her be crafty with her positioning all event.
Yeah, well, given the swell period, she needs to go on this one. This is her last chance, and Vahine.
And that'll do
hey,
it.
that was smart. Molly, I didn't realize that Molly had priority, but that's going to do it.
Oh, my word.
Wait a minute.
That was one of the sickest things I've ever seen.
She's not playing the under the lip snap.
Under the hook.
Well,
I don't think she realized how tube she got just then.
That she's going to increase her scoreline. She's going to toss that too with just that, you know, she blocked Vahine at the end, utilizing priority, but what a move.
Oh, and just inches away from a victory there for sure. Vahine would have got a huge score if she had made it. Maybe not as big as Molly. However, she did have the bigger backup at that point.
Stace? That was cool.
That was so cool.
Wow. Hey, thank you, Vahine Fierro. Thank you, Molly Picklum. We called it the superheat, and it lived up to that label. 977-333. Molly Picklum. We're going to see you in semifinal number 2. Who are you going to meet? We're going to find out. When we come back, it's going to be Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Caroline Marks, quarterfinal number 4.
Bravo à Molly Picklum qui se qualifie pour les demi-finales, malheureusement au détriment de Vahine Fierro, qui aura quand même eu un joli parcours. Et on vient de commencer le 4e quart de finale qui oppose en rouge la hawaïenne Betty Lou Sakura Johnson à Caroline Marks en bleu, l'américaine. Là aussi, série de 35 minutes pour une place en demi-finale. And for the first semi-final, please, can you go check in? Gabriela Bryan and Caitlin Seamer. Thank you.
Are you willing to do whatever it takes to win?
Yes, I am so freaking ready to win a contest.
Here goes Betty Lou now. She's got some room to move, and here's a nice section for her. A lot of spray coming off the rail there.
She's pulled in, just gets a little bit of a head dip here, watch it. It's got some size, gaffs a big turn.
Your 2025 Bonsoy Gold Coast champion, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, you're going to Fiji.
Sakura Johnson, she's going to be in the Final 5. She's going to be in Fiji. Caroline Marks, she's going to be in the Final 5. She's going to be in Fiji. They're in quarterfinal number 4 together. Whoever wins this quarterfinal and moves on into the semifinals will have the top seed in the first match when we look forward to the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. That's what we're fighting for right now between these two. Not only that, and a potential win here in Tahiti, but just as important, that seeding for that match number 1 in the WSL Finals stage.
Yeah, super important. And I think, you know, getting back to like individual event wins and just the smaller goals that they would have throughout the year, it's just more time in the water. So one of these surfers, hopefully, you know, has the potential to spend nearly, depending on the 35-minute heats, you know, nearly another 2 hours in the water. versus someone who's just going to surf this heat and be done. It's like every time that you get to spend, at a place like this with one other surfer, it's like a week-long free surf trip.
Yeah.
And, so, Tahiti going into cloud break, two completely different waves, but there are some similarities, particularly with the fear factor if it's a similar size.
Yeah.
Cloud break's insanely heavy. So it's, there's so much going on here that matters to win, as well as that priority.
So Sakura, just 20 years old, saw in that rolling into this quarterfinal saying, like, I'm ready to win. Well, she did in 2025. Not just once, but twice. Won on the Gold Coast, won again at Trestles. It's been a big moment and a big year for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Caroline Marks, she seems like she's a veteran.
Yeah.
But she's just 23 years old, already has won a world title, already has won a title in Tahiti, and already has won an Olympic gold medal.
And she's the biggest legend. You would never know that. She's so humble and funny, and just, it's like, an absolute one of the biggest characters on the tour. She, for all her accolades and all her success, she's an absolute legend. The amount of success that she's had at such a young age is, it's been remarkable. And she's kind of in between generations. She was in behind Steph and Carissa and Tyler and that generation, and then sort of a few years ahead of what we're seeing now with Sakura and Katie and Molly and the likes. So it's, it's cool to see her, doing her thing.
First wave goes through here, an open priority between the two. And no takers here. Caroline Marks, 7 years on the championship tour. And Sakura Johnson, 4 years on the championship tour. In that time, here are the matchups between these two. The nod of the head, numbers-wise, when we look at the analytics, go towards Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
That's a clean sweep. Every single column, she's got the nod there, Sakura. That's amazing against someone like Caroline, like we mentioned all of her accolades before. It's, they definitely know that too, by the way. Particularly Sakura, she'll know that.
So we'll see if Caroline Marks can change some of those analytics and go one more in her favor up against Sakura. This particular playing field, though, I feel it has an advantage for Caroline Marks. And the advantage is because, like I said, she's a champion here as well as winning a gold medal here. A paddle there for Sakura. But remember, open priority, so nothing's going to change other than maybe a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, it was a tricky wave. Obviously, it was amazing once it started to break, but just before it started to break, it just kind of had a little feather in the lip.
Yeah.
It kind of looked a little hard to get into, and then it had all that foam on the face.
You don't want to just hand over priority at the beginning because you're too anxious, right?
Totally.
And I think as the evolution of a young Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, getting that taste of winning, having success, maturing on the championship tour in these last 4 years, she showed restraint right there.
Yeah.
And that was a good wave to pull back on and not switch the priority. Well, Molly Picklum's incredible, and that's all I can say. Chris, you take it away.
Hey, thanks, guys. Well, I'm going to keep it simple. I know you got more surfing to do today, but if you can beat the best surfer out here, anything's possible, right?
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't pretty at the start, but obviously it was kind of hard out there. She wasn't providing too much either, and then I don't know, the beautiful wave came and I converted that, and yeah, I'm just so grateful that I got that opportunity and that I converted it. I felt like I had a couple okay waves. They just kind of misread them and rode them, and yeah, I don't know. I was positive though upstairs. It was all good.
Yeah, and of course there's all these talks swirling around, but we're not even going to bring that up. We're going to talk about your next heat. What's your strategy going out there?
Yeah, I think definitely just take a moment to breathe. I got so pounded, like so many waves just then. The waves are going to still be firing, I'm sure. So just get in the barrel and make sure I maybe complete a few more rides, give myself a break, hopefully.
Right on. We'll go regroup for your next upcoming semifinal. The Molly Show is just starting. Big things to come, and hopefully a few more barrels like that last one you got.
I know. Let's hope. Couple nines now. Let's surely, please. Nah. Thanks, guys, for everyone tuning in, and I guess semis are up, so stay tuned.
Nice. I like how Pickles just pitched the semis too. She's doing all the jobs.
She's feeling it. She's feeling it. Yeah,
That's so good.
Yeah, I'm just getting this thing started. I only got 1-9 in that heat. I'm ready to get 2.
Yeah. Well, Molly Picklum, you know, when we look at the live rankings, is still in that #1 pole position. Everyone's chasing her. Taking a look at the live rankings here, we know already Katie Simmers will be the #3 seed in Fiji. Sakura and Caroline Marks will be battling in this heat. Whoever wins will be the higher seed in match #1. Gabriela Bryan, Molly Picklum, Stace, they're going to be battling for that pole position.
Well, now
Gabby
needs to win the event now. That's what Molly needed to do. Put the pressure back on her. A second won't be enough for Gabriela Bryan to take that #1 spot. Obviously, Molly's going to be head down trying to win the comp, but for whatever reason, if you know, things don't go her way, she's created a really nice buffer for herself there. And now the pressure's back to, you know, Molly got on the front foot there when it mattered, and now the pressure's back on Gabby, because that's obviously the most important conversation out of that whole list.
And what, I mean, for the surfers who had to go through the elimination round into the semifinals, what a taxing day today's been at the end of the road. That's 4 heats. 4 35-minute heats. That's a lot of energy expended.
Especially if you've been getting belted, which pretty much all of them have. They've all been sending it, going around the long way, getting washed in, getting picked up by the ski, you know, breaking leashes, breaking boards. It's it's been awesome to watch, and I feel like every single one of these ladies has had a moment today where they've, you know, some more than others, but they've leveled up. You know, like that last drop from Molly to scoop up under the lip there, that was insane. And everyone's getting a piece of it now. It's still firing.
You know, it's a surprising analytic that I'm getting from my research department. It's from 2018 to 25 across the men's and women's CT. Surfers who catch the first wave of a 2-person heat win more than half the time, 54.6% of the time.
Is there a score limit to that, or
No.
just the first wave no matter what?
The first wave no matter what, all averaged out between 2018 and 25. Interesting.
I'm not surprised to hear that. A lot of coaches, you know, Phil McNamara, who looked after Mick Fanning for all those years through the titles and whatnot, he always put it down to the first exchange, sort of like the first meaningful exchange. And he had done his own research on that was like 80%. If you win the first exchange, your position in the heat is, it's always, just going to be hard to come back from.
Yeah.
You know, it's similar to like winning the first event of the year in a regular season.
That's just as meaningful of a statistic right there if you wanted to round it up to that, because that's the comparison on who gets kind of the momentum early on. And the intimidation factor, because if you're just like trying to play catch up the whole time, it's hard. Although, against that percentage, Molly Picklum just in the last heat totally played against that and came back right at the end.
I don't want to harp on about it because I'll let Vahine do it and she can block her ears if she's listening, but that priority mistake where she went that shouldery one and then Molly fell on that next one, they're the kind of like momentum shifters, like you mentioned, that can determine a heat, you know, and that could have almost put Molly out of reach.
Right.
977 wouldn't have mattered.
Right. If Vahine was able to convert on a quality wave and get a meaningful score.
If she didn't use priority on the wave she's kicked out on, I reckon she would have made Molly's wave as a front sider.
Yes.
It's a difficult way to ride. And then it just, that kind of rhythm and momentum, like they're the kind of things the surfers replay in their heads when they're debriefing or losing a heat. And that's what's so important about having a good coach or a good shaper or just, you know, mums, dads, if they, you know, they know their stuff, like just being able to reflect on that rather than like, oh, I just got comboed, I just lost. It's like, no, it's just those mini micro decisions that you can try to tune up and you know, look to be better next time. It's not this like, oh, you know, you're the worst surfer on planet Earth, you had a shocker. It's just those tiny little things, but at this level, those little things can have big, you know, big consequences.
But here's the paddle, and it's going to be Caroline Marks on the first wave. In that wave, she will hand over priority to
that's
Sakura.
a baffling stat. So you're telling me now she has better than a coin flip chance at winning this heat?
Yeah, 54. What was the number?
54.
54.6%.
I'd take those odds every day of the week. I'm standing up straight away, every time.
But if you do that, you might skew the odds in the other favor if you're not taking it. It could show any
There's
kind
so
of
many ways like that happen like that. You know, especially ways like this around the world here. Pipeline, you got to roll the dice. You know, maybe not so much like snapper or bells. People probably, you know, rip their first wave. You know, big open right hand point. But Yeah, that's a crazy stat. That one really surprises me.
Well, Sakura now with a ton of opportunity, just a half-point ride for Caroline Marks, but we've seen how quickly priority switches, and we've seen the flurry of sets through here, and generally, Stace, they've been two-wave sets, so they've been opportunity for both surfers in these head-to-head matchups.
Yeah. And it's an interesting point you make about the frequency of the sets and how many's in them. I still wouldn't say that there's been a crazy preference to that second wave like we all think to, you know. Like I've seen Vahine get some great first waves of the set, and then also we've seen some second waves of the set be great too, but Molly's wave was like a standalone wave. Yep. There was a little one that went under it, but it wasn't like a proper set wave, you know. So it was the first real wave of that set, and, you know.
Well, even more so how you have to be so reactive out here. Yeah. Because as much as you want to analyze and watch it and think there's a pattern, that pattern shifts throughout the day, you know? Totally,
yeah. And that's why, too, getting back to like debriefing heats and people when they talk about it, you're only human. Like everyone's a world champion in hindsight. Your instinct and your gut is the most important sort of guide.
And I had a cliche when I was a high school surf coach for a while over at Kamehameha Schools, Imua, is that you either win your heat or you learn something. Yeah. Because when you lose, don't just walk away like, oh man, that sucks.
Totally. Yeah.
Do the debrief.
Yeah.
Take the lesson from that loss, apply it to the next time you're in a jersey.
And even the world champs, you know, throughout a season, you know, maybe not statistically, but you know, ideologically, they lose more than they win. Like whether it's John or Gabrielle or Gabby Bryan this year, you know, winning 3 or 4 events in a year, they try to win every event they enter. Right, so you do have to get really good at processing your losses. Here comes a great wave.
Oh, Sakura knifes into this one, gets a nice line through here, and makes sure she gets the completion to put some pressure on Caroline Marks. Now, didn't overstall on that wave, but getting the completion and a good number, that's a nice start.
Yeah, it's a good way to start. Always nice to come flying out into the channel. It's always, though, like an indication, though, if the wave spits and it's hitting you from a while away and you're already out of the pit, that's pretty much all you need to know about how deep you were. And she'll know that. Tommy will know that. Yeah. That's just a job well done. You did great to identify the wave, and you just got to go try and do that again and hopefully put yourself a little deeper.
Here it is.
Yeah, great commitment from the start. Oh, she did well to stay up high there. You can see, I love this angle of the wave. You get to see the shape of it. And the wind rushing up the face to sort of, you know, that texture's definitely something you have to deal with late in the afternoon here.
Oh, and the water angle, check this out. So she is covered, you know, just not super deep.
Not super deep. But hey, it's a start, you know.
A 4.33, Strider, what'd you think about that?
I thought it was a great learning experience. I feel like every wave that you catch out here is a learning experience for most everybody, and you have to put the time in to understand this. But when you paddle for those waves, they look like closeouts, literally, and you have to trust that it's going to back off, suck into the corner, hit the ledge, and just wipe open this huge cavern in front of you. And you know, it's like this mind game, but the only way to win it is by playing, and you have to play it over and over and over again, and then you see yourself deeper and deeper and deeper into the barrel and understand that you can make it out of those. So great learning experience right there for Betty. As she kicked out, she said, okay, let's just start, and now she realizes I needed to be a little deeper and I need to hold, you know, my drop a little later, and like, you know, there's all these little things that they're clicking into, but the reps and the time are going to make it better and better.
Yeah, for sure.
General question for you, Strider.
Yeah.
Does time slow down in the barrel?
You know, in like science, I'd say no, but in experience, I would say yes. Oddly and bizarrely, when you're in the barrel, you are so present at that moment that everything stops, including the falling lip. Like everything seems like you're just going to slow motion, and it's like a boom. And I think anybody that's been in a real barrel understands that. You guys both understand that, and I think you can feel it, but scientifically you can't see it watching it, but you definitely get that feeling every time.
I love that answer, Strider.
I think there's some neuroscience to back that up.
Spirit versus science, and that was broken down so well by Professor Waz.
Oh, this is a nice looking wave.
Sakura on a little inside runner, spit, and fights for it. And does not, she was right there.
Thought she was going to Mark Cunningham herself out onto the face.
Knocking on the door. Yeah.
Just getting back to the barrel situation. I thought I'd been barreled until I came here this week. Holy smokes, did we see some barrels.
They were like garages.
Oh my word.
They were like additional dwelling units out in the ocean.
Full unit block.
Here we go. Sakura on her second wave.
Yeah, no, as Strider said, learnt on the first one. Great positioning here. And, you know, I'm going to keep referencing Kai Lenny. Such great intel yesterday and just how to manage the foam ball. And if it gets up over the top of your board like that, it's so hard to kind of manage and deal with it from there. And just the really, really good guys. I think other guys like Jack Robinson, you know, obviously Bruce and Andy and all the great pig doggers over the years, they just were able to like use the board as almost like a reverse umbrella and just keep the foam ball down and kind of like almost you fly across it and it you know, you pick up speed and shoots you out. But if it gets across the deck of your board, it's really hard to kind of, you know, manage that and pull it back out. Obviously, yeah, John Florence and, you know, the list goes on. Kelly, just so good at managing that. And yeah, just going back to learning, like, and getting back to time. Might come back to that thought.
Here we go.
Go, Marksy.
She's in the time machine right there. First section. Now her name is in the hat. She's going to have her first meaningful score, Caroline Marks. Second wave of Sakura, a 2.17, waiting for that score for Caroline Marks. A good use of priority, a reserved approach to the barrel, but you want to make sure she had the make.
Totally, and I understand why she was reserved. I think she thought she was going to be late because she was kind of on top of it and she had to paddle down it, but she was actually perfect. She does have her hand in the wall, but that was just more of like guidance. I think, you know, if she was able to kind of use her hand to actually anchor in and slow down a little bit, I think she could have extracted a couple more points there for sure.
And these two surfers, both utilizing boards from Mayhem, Lost Surfboards.
Yeah.
Matt Biolis, you know, when he was talking again about these boards that he's building for his surfers for hollow waves like this, you know, a thicker center line, more tapered sensitive rails for bite, more nose rocker, less tail rocker to you know, control any of that tail lift. That's his number one concern, is getting any of that tail lift. And also, you know, really, really subtle rocker, I mean, subtle concaves.
Yeah.
Nothing extreme on the concave department because you don't need that lift here. You're trying to actually keep the board down.
And you're not trying to grip.
Yeah.
You're trying to fly through.
Yeah.
You know, and it's, you know, obviously Caroline and Betty, you know, incredible surfers out on the wave face where they're really good at gripping in, but not here. You want to be like soap, sliding.
But sliding at the same time where you want that bite on a rail.
Yeah.
And projection off your rail line, because it's you see these surfers further up on their boards. So just as much as fins come into play, your rails come into play, because the further up on your board you are, the more like you're surfing off of your rails just as much as your fins.
Yeah, and it's almost like counterintuitive. The further are you up, the more it helps control your nose and like being able to like direct it, as opposed to standing right on the tail and it becoming a bit like skitsy and going crazy. But it's just lots of different styles. Some people like riding the tube with their foot way back on the kick, and then you'll see other surfers like Jack Robinson, he rides the tube, particularly with his front side, his back foot's really far forward.
Caroline Marks needed a 6, and she got a 6. She's got the lead. We'll see if Caroline can hang on to that lead. Conclusion of quarterfinal number 4 after this.
her 7th championship tour win. Let's make some noise for Caroline Marks.
Caroline Marks all smiles as she comes to the beach.
Gosh, yeah, winning feels so good. I'm so pumped.
Setting up for the backhand of the two-time event champ here in El Salvador, Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks, you're going to the Lexus WSL Finals.
Back to live action here. Sakura Johnson knifes into this Tahiti barrel and finds her way out, completely covered up for Betty Lou. Sakura Johnson, 2.25 will take her to the lead over Caroline Marks. That means she just took the lead in this quarterfinal. Number 4, Kaipogura, along with Stace Galbraith on the call here. And Sakura, who's already clinched a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals, out here with a fight for the seeding in match number 1. Here go behind her. Caroline Marks stalls off the bottom. Patient, waits for it, and it does not present itself as a barrel for the 2023 world champ.
Yeah, I was loving Strider's time breakdown before.
Yeah.
And just to kind of add to that sort of nonsensical time ideas, getting back to like the learning that Strider was talking about, and even the falls, and particularly the makes, and what you learn from this. Like, it would take so long in a free surf to get this many waves at a wave like this when it's this good.
Right.
Know? So you're 30 minutes now, you know, I don't know. How long is that? Is that an 8-hour day of normal surfing?
Probably, maybe more, depending on the day, but depending on the crowd, you know, depending on the conditions and how good it is.
Like, I think if here in Pipeline, it's like, it's really challenging.
I mean, yeah, the free
rocks,
surfs are crazy.
Like, it's crazy.
And the other thing is too, at a wave like here in Tahiti and at Pipeline, the skill level of all the surfers in the lineup is intimidating because everyone's really good. You have to be really good to surf and survive a wave like this.
And exactly, and survive. And when you're at the level of like learning, it's almost counterintuitive, but you have to be more dangerous when you're learning. You know, it's counterproductive because you break boards and you get hurt, but you kind of have to be because you're earning your stripes. And that's the beauty of qualifying for the tour, is that these opportunities that they get created at these unbelievably special locations.
Well, it's a seesaw battle in this quarterfinal number 4, Stace. Sakura just took the lead back from Caroline Marks with a 5.6. Caroline, with that 6-point ride, the single highest wave score still in the matchup. These are 3.93. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, number 16, signifying how old she was when she qualified for the championship tour.
That is crazy.
And her,
it's always been that way. Like Coco Ho and Malia were all like the same age.
Her and Caroline Marks right here, both of them are really writing the new chapter of women's professional surfing. We think of Caroline because she's been around since forever, qualifying at 15 years old, and you know, and being around forever, but as a veteran. But she's only still 23 years old. 23. These are very young surfers.
Yep.
And they're already kind of pushing what's happening, especially in waves of consequence.
Yeah, like, and if you look at, you know, Stephanie and Carissa and Tyler, you know, obviously Tatiana's not with us here at this event, and even, you know, she's a little younger, but like, they've still got so much time ahead of them. Like, their best parts of their career are still in front of them, and they're already still so accomplished.
For sure, and that's, and it's evident also in our, you know, in these quarterfinals and semifinals. Gabriela Bryan up against, you know, 23 years old, up against Katie Simmers. You know, it's yeah, it's playing out kind of in real time. We don't really see any of the right now. We don't have any of the veterans on tour in these quarterfinals or semifinals.
No, and
in the semifinals.
Poor Marksy just cops it. Oh, she's been around for so long. She gets the veteran call, but that's just, it's not fair. You know, like you said, she's only 23.
It's not. She's got an opportunity right here with just needing a 3.93 to turn this heat. The challenge right now for Caroline, and you can see in the positioning, is that she is under the priority of Sakura. So heat control with Sakura, so she has to be a little, I feel a little sneaky. She's on the inside of Sakura, so maybe bait Betty Lou into one.
Totally.
You know, force the hand and then get the next one, get the score. And she has to be mindful of time because we've seen the time fly by as well.
Yeah, and I guess, yeah, the unfortunate thing is here too is like Sakura's not looking to better a huge number, so it makes it more, you know, sensible that she would block her and pay attention to her. Like if she had to better a, you know, whatever score, and if say, if, you know, Marksy had the, you know, Marksy's in a good situation in that sense. She has the higher of the 3 scores that are currently locked in that count. And, you know, that just makes her situation, you know, better in some respects, but also easier decision for Sakura. Like, she needs the score that Betty could better on. So it's like, well, of course she's going to go.
Yeah, and it's not like you can order up waves, but a really good scenario for Caroline Marks is actually for some of this clock to burn down, get the score, and then not letting Sakura any time to reply to that.
I don't reckon many people wish for that to happen, but it's definitely the best way that it could go down.
Right.
Sort of like what Molly did.
Yeah.
You know, they fell in the one behind, just bang, it's done.
You don't want to put yourself in that corner ever, and never would you choose to put yourself on a corner. But more often than not, when that happens, that surfer moves through that heat.
Yeah, there's no right of reply. Wonder what the stats are on that.
We're gonna dig that up. I hope. give me some time. That was gonna be a hard one to dig up, but I'm sure we figured out.
Is Bells Beach a reef break or a point?
It's a.
That's where the stats get funny.
It's a point like reef.
Yeah.
It's same thing for Makaha. Is a point like reef.
Yeah.
It's actually a reef.
But when you're saying it is a surfer, you know, their stats over their career on reefs is this, you know, and you don't think of like Bells or Makaha as much as Pipe or Tahiti.
Right.
Got to be careful with those stats. They can lie.
We'll keep on feeding them.
I like that new one though. I'm using that.
3 minutes, 15 seconds. Shoulder to shoulder are Caroline Marks as well as Sakura Johnson. Sakura with the advantage of being in the lead and having priority, really controlling the tempo in these final 3 minutes. A little bit of wind has kicked up. The tide has been receding, although we have a full moon and we do have a little bit of a differential, you know, between the high and the low tide. So that's going to, with the water coming out a little bit, that's going to affect some of the consistency as well on the backside of the swell.
Totally, and obviously you mentioned the reef passes here, like that tide running through like behind us now. It's actually, you know, the swell at this size, not as bad as it was the other day, but it gets turbulent, you know, so it's bringing that water out past the boats and, you know, just can create, you know, we're pretty protected from that most of the time, but it can create, like at the bottom of the tide when the full moon at the moment, there is a pretty big swing for Tahiti. It's like, it's just another texture that can add to the lineup.
Shayla Perry from Surfline telling us that there will be a little bit of a southwest reinforcement that we should see this afternoon into this evening. So we'll be on, you know, heads up on that. Any kind of like new energy that we see, and that energy, new energy upon old energy sometimes creates some good double ups. So the surfers have to really pay attention to where they're sitting in the lineup, and looks like something may be coming right here. Nobody's flinching.
And it's just like, Caroline's just got to make Sakura make a decision. And she can't just like this is a wave for sure.
Yeah, get inside.
So obviously Betty has the upper hand here, but it's, you know, the clock can do funny things, you know, to your mind. And you think, oh, I'm gonna block her. And, you know, Caroline's just got to really get her best, you know, salesperson's hat on here.
I'm saying right now, inside and over, you know, get inside and over with these waves coming through.
And Caroline's, you know, just given the fact she's goofy footer, has the sort of the best of both worlds here. She can move in and under and kind of late airdrop West Bowl style, like maybe this one.
That's what I'm saying, inside and under. This one she's really deep, however. In the barrel, funneling through. There it comes out. Oh my goodness. Yep, that was it. Getting inside that ledge right there. You could see that coming, that double up coming.
I think there's a wave behind.
Well, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson
get across to it.
Needs to respond right now because Caroline's just turned the heat.
Yeah.
We don't know by how much. That's up to the judges. Here goes Sakura. Knifes into this one. It's a bigger wave. It's a roomier barrel. Doesn't quite get into that barrel. Kind of outruns it. This is going to be an interesting finish to quarterfinal number 4. What do you thought?
Oh my word, yeah, I think she easily gets the score. I think that's one of the best barrels that Caroline's ridden this event. It wasn't the biggest wave, but technically how deep she was and how much risk was in that ride, I think that's going to be a really good score in the context of the heat and a really good score for Caroline's, you know, headspace. She drove through that
brilliant.
thing.
That was brilliant. We said inside over. She paddled inside over here, and she had a lot of ground to make up.
Wow, that was a very well ridden tube. Not the biggest wave, but the judges won't mind. It's all about how deep you are on a day like today, and it was beautiful travel time.
And she had to be on the gas pedal on that one, drive through, and just tuck really small. She got a 7-point ride to turn the heat, so it will be Caroline Marks in semi-final number 2.
Wowee.
Amazing comeback by the world champ, Caroline Marks. On to the semifinals. Semifinals next.
And for the last quarterfinal, congratulations to Caroline Marks, advancing to semi-final on her last wave. Voilà donc pour la série qui vient de se terminer, c'est l'américaine Caroline Marks qui gagne sur sa dernière vague, notée 7 points. Elle va donc en demi-finale contre Molly Picklum. Et nous venons de commencer la première demi-finale. Elle oppose Gabriela Bryan, la hawaïenne, à Caitlin Simmers, l'américaine en bleu.
We're down to the final 4 surfers left in the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Gabriela Bryan taking on Katie Simmers. We're just getting previews of what we might see in title matches at the Lexus WSL Finals. We'll have Molly Picklum right after this against Caroline Marks, and that's just what Caroline does. You know, right when she needs a score, a wave comes. She was super deep. How many times have we said that? And she provides another miracle run in the dying seconds.
Yeah, Sea Dog just absolutely schooled Betty Lou there at the end as we see Caitlin.
Oh my goodness. Pulling into a solid barrel, Katie Simmers lights up the start of semifinal number 1 and comes out laughing. Unbelievable conditions this afternoon, knowing that there's still some bombs out there. Katie in the right place at the right time.
It's been a good day of tubes for the women today. There has been plenty of them, and such a good way to start this final. It was such a good little backside tube. But yeah, back to that last moment in that heat. Wow, holy. Let's see, this is priority established at the beginning of the heat. So Gabriela makes a considered effort. Katie capitalizes, and I mean, what a tube to kick off this heat. That thing had such a nice draw off the reef. Can really see how smooth and clean the face of this tube is. Beautifully positioned. I love how close her feet are together when she gets into that compressed backside tube stance. You're really using that front leg to just lean into the face of the wave there, slow herself down. so good. It's been such a good day for the women.
And when you see a perfectly placed athlete in the barrel with perfect technique, you start to think, I think waves were always meant to be ridden. You know, like she was just in such the perfect spot. That almost would have been strange if that wave ran off with no one on it. You know, Katie just had the perfect balance of style. And like you said, it was so smooth. And once she drew out that stall backhand, it was like she was right where she was supposed to be. And taking advantage of the priority rotation already starting during the break.
Yeah, that was super impressive. I mean, we saw how smooth the face of the wave is. The conditions right now are really nice. I think with that tide starting to draw out too, it's just kind of grooming the face of these waves. And, you know, it looks really good. It looks super contestable. Definitely a great decision to keep running into the semifinals.
Watching this takeoff with the rail grab. Gabriela Bryan trying to burn off some speed, but she'll be way out in front. Katie Simmers with a 7 and priority. That last heat, an exciting one, and you always want to know what it feels like to get a buzzer beater like that. You know, when you've accomplished so much. Remember, Caroline wasn't in the final 5 when she showed up at the last event, and she was really honest, saying, you know what, I'm just trying to stay present in the moment. I know I have to make heats. I am thinking about it, but I'll just see how I go. And, you know, obviously with Isabella out in the elimination round, she kept on winning. Now she get a chance to compete for that second title. But she's also looking for a second title here in Tahiti.
It's pretty crazy. The end to that heat was spectacular. I mean, Betty Lou is going to be sort of agonizing over that decision to kind of let that one go, and Caroline just capitalizing, but she's just so good. And the fact that that was a preview for, you know, what would have been, you know, this first heat of the WSL finals, and just to see the strategy unfold from just Caroline. And we always talk about that, how good she is with that strategy. So, and just putting together heats, and we saw it happen right in front of our eyes.
So Caroline waiting for Molly Picklum in the next matchup in semifinal number 2. Katie Simmers getting a 7. Gabriela Bryan 0.87. And these two have had a lot of fun together in big heats around the world in the last couple of years on tour. They saw each other first on the Challenger Series. Gabriela Bryan went to town when she qualified, made basically every final that season to qualify for her rookie season. And Katie was around in a lot of those finals. But then at the CT level, they've met 6 previous times. It's tied 3-3 overall between these two.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty even Stevens, right? And so this will settle it. This will settle it.
For now. And who knows? Maybe we'll see this down to cloud break. I was kind of interested with how these surfers do against the 5. Since we've got it, we're working out seeding at the moment. We'll wait and see if Gabriela wants this wave. And the surfer from Hawaii will grab her rail. Nice positioning. Wow, ultra deep. And it didn't seem to stay open wide enough for her. So first wave didn't give her much. That last one, she wanted to go super deep.
You can just see her confidence levels rising. It's epic, you know. She's just really committing to that one.
Love seeing it. A lot of improvement from Gabby Bryan. So many personal best moments throughout the day today. Now let's catch up with Caroline Marks on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. I am feeling this incredible energy coming off Caroline Marks right now. You just got a lot of great news and an amazing too, Brad. You must be feeling incredible.
Yeah, I'm really stoked. I feel like in that heat, just kind of like, I don't know, I was just like, oh, no pressure, just have fun. But me and Betty Lou were laughing before. We're like, we're surfing for priority in Fiji right now. Like, whoever wins this heat gets priority over there. So the waves are just really fun. So I was just kind of hoping I would get some fun waves. And yeah, thankfully I found one at the end. That was, yeah, it felt good. Beginning barrel is like the coolest thing ever, so.
Well, yeah, I looked over my shoulder and it looked like there was a dance party happening in the Red Bull Athlete Zone when you guys got that news. Did that make that heat a little bit extra special?
For sure. I mean, obviously, like, you know, I was saying, like, I wasn't thinking about it, but of course it's like in the back of your mind. And Betty Lou came over to me before. She's like, oh, we're going to Fiji, so it's really cool. And like I was saying before, like, Fiji's just such a great place, and cloud break's like one of the best waves in the world. So that like adds so much motivation when like the finals at such a good wave. So we're psyched for sure. That was just like a super fun heat. We're having a good time, but we're really competitive. So there's that too.
Well, Goofy Footers are stoked. We have a Goofy competing in the Lexus WSL Finals. Hey, you got more work to do. Good luck out there, right?
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Yeah, Caroline, all smiles knowing that she will be competing for a second world title pretty soon. But yeah, back to business. She's got Molly Picklum in the very next heat. Caroline entering the final stop of the season, stop 11, number 6 in the world, moving up to now 4th in the world, because that last quarterfinal was setting up who will have priority in that first match at Cloudbreak. So Caroline will be able to take on a world-class left, being a goofy, and go, yep, I'm up first. I don't have to hassle. I can put myself wherever I want. A big advantage.
Yeah, it is. Any kind of advantage in that situation, in that scenario where it all happens on the day, you're going to take it, as we see little look from Katie there. But yeah, it's exciting, and what Cote said's cool too. I mean, we've got a goofy in the mix, because up until that point, you know, we're thinking, oh, maybe it's only regular footies fighting it out for that world title. So to see a goof on those big walls at Cloudbreak, it's going to be cool.
Yeah,
it's always a contrast as well.
Yeah, it's really fun to see that, and you know, kind of looking at the 5 now and seeing how Gabriela Bryan's done against all the surfers that will be at Cloudbreak. She's 10 wins to 8 losses against the 5. For Katie, she's 13 wins to 11 losses against the crew that will be competing at the Lexus WSL Final. So that's just a statement to where the tour's at these days. You know, it's not really lopsided where there's just total dominance. It's pretty evenly matched, with a lot getting major wins over each other. This one's tied at 3 wins apiece. There's a couple individual ones in there that really pop out. Obviously, Molly with a lot of wins over Betty Lou. Katie with a lot of wins over Molly. Molly getting her first off Katie this year. That's 1-6 in Katie's favor. Betty Lou getting her first win off Molly. So a couple of little ones in there, but when you add it all up, it's incredibly close.
Well, it's cool. It's a sign of the times. It's a sign of women's surfing, and you know, the opportunities that have been given by WSL, the level of surfing that's been raised. But you know, back 5 years ago, the tour was owned by your Steph, your Carissa, Tyler, who still is on tour today. But it was absolutely owned by those 3 women. The world titles were spread between those 3, and you know, it was consistently, you could always predict who was going to be in those quarterfinals. This year we've had, you know, so many different winners at different events. You obviously had Gabby with the few there, you had Betty with a couple, but it's very evenly spread. I think that's what makes women's surfing so exciting, and this year in particular, I mean, it's been epic to watch as we see a paddle go down here.
Looks like we're gonna have Katie Simmers grabs the rail. Nice clean look, leans forward to get the exit. A high line, now a fade. As she always talks about the dance on the face of the wave that she loves to provide. It's always spontaneous, very creative. We talked about that a lot when these two met up in the final earlier this year at Margaret River Main Break. We're just going, these two surf so differently. And that's what you love about surfing. You know, we've got Gabby Bryan, super powerhouse. You've got that finesse and creativity of Katie Simmers head to head.
I think if I pick out one moment from that last wave, and especially today, Katie's sort of impressed me because she's really, I think, identified that these waves can be a little bit clampy on the end, and she's really made a point of drawing the high line on the exit of the tube. So you see here, it gets really tight and really small. If you stay low, you're just going to get clamped and compressed, right? But I mean, even in her previous quarterfinal heat, she was doing it too. So just really, she's got a good read on the conditions today, and yeah, just being able to compress so tight and so small to really, because this tube gets quite little at the end, right? You have to be super compressed to make sure you make it out. Just staying nice and tight, and then pulls this little high line here, like sees that tiny little exit. If you stay low, you're going to get gobbled up in that foam, and most likely, unless you're someone like Al Cleland and you bulldog your way out, it's going to be hard work.
Definitely. Katie Simmers with some finesse on that finish. The 7 was better that she started off on. That last score, a nice, decent backup, a 5.83. And Gabriela Bryan needs 2 new waves to take the lead now as we check in with the live rankings. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in 5th out. Caroline jumped up 2 spots since she showed up at Tahiti, as she's world number 4. Katie in the water now. You know, she'll be either surfing against Caroline Marks or Betty Lou in her first matchup over at Cloudbreak. For Katie, against Betty Lou. She's actually 0-1. They've only had one previous matchup in the past for Katie versus Caroline. Katie's won 4 times, Caroline's won 6. So we're in for a treat coming to Cloud Break. Some great battles in the past. Right now we're still looking to sort out the yellow jersey right now worn by Molly Picklum in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Wow, this is really cool. I mean, you got Molly there, you got Caroline coming up, and I think, what was I going to say? I just lost my train of thought there for a second. I had something to say about Katie. It's been a long day, Joe.
It's one of those days. It's always hard, too, to think about all the highlights when it's been such an impactful day.
There's something about Caroline, sorry.
Caroline, yeah.
Okay, so most people, I just got it before it goes again. But, you know, historically, you know, you think about, you know, Fiji last year as that last stop before we headed to finals, and then here the year previously. Most people who are jumping up, they're only jumping up one place, right? But Caroline has managed to jump up 2, which is pretty incredible, right? I mean, you think about that, the level of ability, just the mindset going in, but that's what she does. She's just so good strategically, putting together heats, and yeah, it's just pretty epic to watch. Not 1, but 2 spots she's jumped up.
Oh, it's huge. She's so inspired. She loves to compete. She's just so in love with pro surfing. You know, she said after a world title, it was like almost hard not going to work. You know, she had to enjoy it, and she did. She had a lot of media responsibilities, you know, like the Today Show and all kinds of things, and she just was like, you know what, I think I'm ready. I want to start training. It was like she just couldn't wait to put the jersey back on, and she finished runner-up in the world to this woman here, Katie Simmers, getting blown out of the pit again. We're getting used to this as she's looking to better a 5.83 to extend her lead. Gabriela Bryan looking for her first completion of the semifinal. Found a nice place to hang out inside the pit.
Nice.
Well done.
This is cool. Gabby's got a score on the board now. She's got a completion. Potentially going to rival that 5.83. So let's go. Got a heat on the hands. And it was just, I've just loved today. The highlight for me has been Gabby, I reckon. I mean, there's obviously been Molly and Vahine. Their performances have been incredible, just with the scores they've been dropping. But yeah, Gabby just visibly seeing that progression, her confidence grow with every heat, has been really cool to see. So let's have a look. So this is Katie on the first wave of the set, just parking it in the tube, managing that speed beautifully. Nice exit. Fair bit of travel time there. She's just so far on the forward on her board, you know, I mean, she's well and truly cleared that deck pad. And then you got Gabby on the wave behind. And this one, very clean, second wave of the set, super clean exit. And epic water angle there.
Just having so much fun. I mean, this is the dream. If you're a surfer traveling with your friends across the world, you'd be talking about a session like this for the rest of your life. You know, trading barrels together, nobody out. You know, it's like one thing, all the hard work we talk on the Challenger Series, the road to get here. Once you get here, you know, the dream is realized on days like today, where you have priority, you can sit wherever you want in the lineup, you're looking out the back, you're seeing the ocean move, you're chatting with your peers and your competitors, and then you're locking in, getting sometimes the wave of your life, like Gabriela Bryan said in the previous round. That wave that got her into the high 8s, she's like, that is the best left I've ever ridden. And in the jersey, I mean, that's as good as it gets.
That's cool. I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see surfers doing their best surfing in the jersey. But I think everyone's been pretty most people are pretty vocal about it, you know. Coming to Tahiti is like their favorite stop on tour. As we see Katie digging in. Oh.
And just didn't have the momentum to get over the ledge on that one. So priority will go to Gabriela Bryan. And Katie returns back to the takeoff spot. And we'll reset there. Scores coming through from the third wave of Katie Simmers. Remember, she opened up with a 7. Her third wave, a better 7, 7.47. So Bryan now needs an 8.54. Last of her, Gabriela, her first make, a nice clean backhand tube, 5.93.
Well, all of a sudden, the 8.54 doesn't seem out of reach for Gabriela, does it? I mean, you just got to remember for her, she did that in the last heat, absolute belter of a wave, so it's so totally within her wheelhouse.
Let's get a little insight from Strider Wazalewski in the corner. Waz, we've got two regular footers out there. Break down the difference with their backhand tube riding technique.
You know, I think one of them is trying to put the gas the whole way. I feel like, you know, Gabby wants to just give it the gas, come in from behind it and you know, shoot it right through. And I think Katie's kind of a little bit more stylish and kind of leaning back on it. I think she's a little more comfortable in the barrel backside. But I think that Gabby's actually, every wave she rides, getting better at riding the tube backhand, which leads me to my point. I just wanted to take my hat off and compliment the ladies, because the amount, you know, in probably the last 2 years, I've seen so much progression by the women in the barrel on the backhand. I mean, it is insane what these ladies are doing. I mean, I was just watching Katie like, literally drop in, stall, lean forward, then lean back, and then give it a little bit, even more of a lean to slow down, and then hover right next to the foam ball and with complete control. I mean, it just literally brings back like Andy Irons and Kelly Slater and all these, you know, Gabriel Medinas that are incredible on the backhand barrel. Bruce Irons, all these guys that like laid the foundation for all of everybody to learn from and watch. And I'll guarantee you that they've all been watching, all gone back and looked at tapes and understood how hard and technical it all is, and they all had to battle through to do it and to repeat it over and over again. But I mean, Betty, Lou, everybody's doing incredible tube riding. So I just want to compliment the ladies on their work. It's been amazing to watch.
Well said, Strider. We're right there with you.
Oh, here comes
Give them a platform and they will perform. Pipe and Tahiti returning to the calendar. Bomb drop there. And Gabby trying to burn off the speed. And that was the difference Strider was just breaking down, where she's been grabbing the rail and gunning it, trying to be behind the section. That one, she leaned into the wall and tried to get nice and barreled. She was a little out in front, but that's that technique that's just really changed over the last few years. And, you know, without Pipe, without Tahiti on the calendar, you know, there was many years that women weren't getting these opportunities. Last few years, we've just been so thrilled to see performances like this.
Well, that, and if it's not on the tour, I believe anyway, there's not much, there's incentive to do it if you have that deep desire inside of yourself. Some people innately have that. But if it's not on tour, the incentive to go chase those waves, because if your tour is not that, where's the incentive to go chase those waves? And as soon as it is on tour, you know, you've got, just even look before Erin Brooks qualified for the tour, you know, think about Sierra Kerr, these places that they're going to now, because they know if they qualify for that tour, all these Groms coming up, you know, they know they're surfing these waves of consequence. So then, of course, they're going to push themselves, and it's just so good for the sport. And I don't know, these last couple of years for me, I couldn't agree more with what Strider said. It's just been so epic to see. You know, you said it, Joe, given the platform and then the bars raised, and it's been so cool. There's always been women charging, even before this, but it's just so good to see how quickly it's happening in such a short amount of time.
100%, 12:45 on the clock. Opportunity for Katie Simmers, and she will stand straight up, and she knows she's way too out in front. She'll hop out of her fourth wave ridden in this match. Her first wave she just kicked straight out of without getting a view inside the pit. At the moment, Simmers, world number 3, leading over world number 2, Gabby Bryan. Be back for more right after this.
red. Waiting for score of the two halfway for the situation.
As part of our global WSL One Ocean initiative, we are partnering with Tahiti Surf Club in consultation with the community of Teahupo'o, Teahupo'o West, and Pai Uta environmental team here at Mahora Beach, combating coastal erosion by restoring a natural vegetative barrier through the replanting of native species, particularly naupata and riri plants. This coast has experienced severe erosion from large swells and rising sea levels over the years, and today we will continue to combat the erosion. The activation at Mahora Beach and Teahupo'o, the local board riders were present, local community, municipality of Teahupo'o West were involved, and environmental students, WSL athletes and staff. Good job, everybody. As we are enjoying the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC, the channel still packed there, and some amazing surfers still have the chance to surf uncrowded Teahupo'o. To wrap up the day, Gabby Bryan, Katie Simmers trying to settle the score for the time being. It's 3-3 between these two and one-on-one heats at the championship tour level. It's really fun to watch this rivalry grow. Well, Flick, we had some action during the break.
Yeah, let's see it. So Gabby grabs that rail and she's really trying to burn off that speed. You can see it's so cool. Strider's point so spot on, and then behind her, Katie, just love that stall to get in the barrel. Really, really cool entry and exit there. Just a bit different, right? Drawing a different line, just being like, you know what? I can play with this one. I can kind of snap in under the pocket, and just, I love it. Just that sort of, I mean, we've seen a lot of backside tube riding, just that straight in underneath the lip. This one, easy entry, bottom turn into a kick stall. Very cool.
And the best are spontaneous, aren't they? You know, every wave is just a read and on feel, where she doesn't often repeat herself too much, even in waves where you could just really rely on the same thing. Like that read, she went for a stylish little fade, trying to turn under the lip sometimes. Always keeps us guessing. Last score will be compared to what Katie did previously in this heat, already a couple of big sevens. Still controlling the lead over Gabriela Bryan. And looking for another CT victory for Gabby. It's been her most successful year already with 3 big wins. For Katie, runner-up at Pipe, that was exciting. To Tyler Wright, and made that pool event so fun in Abu Dhabi with Molly Picklum.
Pool party.
That was fun. Up scores in, Flick, 7-1-0. She's going to use that one as her low score.
That's really cool. I love that. I love that bit of creativity that we're seeing from her, because that is her trademark, just those ability to draw different lines. What we were talking about with her in the pool earlier this year, the ability to really mix it up on, you know, let's be real, something that can be repetitive, and she really did it there. She's showcasing it here, because here can be repetitive too. You know, it's the big tube, the drop underneath the lip, and just showing variety, which is epic to see.
7-4-7 and a 7-1-0. Gabriela Bryan feeling a couple of 5s there, but she does have priority and needs an 8-6-4 opportunity right in front of her now. Surfer from Kauai is starting to dig and grabs the rail, lets go of it quickly, but just not in position to pull in. Right there, just riding a little bit out in front to find the softest place that she could find, which is pretty tough out there. And still dealing with the turbulence. You can see how powerful that wave is, man. Oh. Popping up, she's going, uh-oh, here I go again, taking the deep breaths. Going under, Strider watching her from the channel.
That was almost a good wave. That was Gabby on the inside. I think it's 4 heats today for Gabby. Katie paddled by a couple minutes ago and said how tired she was, and she's on her 3rd heat. Caroline Marks coming up next. She's gonna be on her 4th heat. This is a long day for the athletes today. I mean, the adrenaline and the, physical aspects, and then the mental, everything combined today in just 1 heat out at this place is pretty intense. Imagine doing 4 of them. So that's a lot of work for these ladies today. That's a lot of physical stress and strain on their bodies, and just getting, you know, you get rattled by these waves and just flex, and they've been charging. So I can understand the fatigue and the tiredness that they're feeling right now. So we'll see how Gabby does. She's coming back out now. See how she's paddling. She's looking a little slower than earlier, but we'll give her a yeehaw. Let's go, Gabby! Whew.
Little fire up right there. Yeah, Waz, yeah, good point. I mean, a big, busy day. We don't have a lot of days that are this demanding on tour, and you think about Molly Picklum, how important it was for her just to smoke everybody in the opening round.
Okay, go, 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 go.
Molly Picklum getting some of her best numbers of the season, best combined heat total. Her best single score is back at lower trestles, a 9.6. Well, she beat that in the previous round, going up and under and beating the favorite to win, Vahine Fierro. All those surfers out there that picked Molly Picklum as their power surfer are celebrating. 31% of you went with Molly, getting double points. That 9.77 was huge, and she's still got more to give coming up next against Caroline Marks.
Wow. I mean, Molly, for me coming into this event, I had 3 surfers. I mean, we kind of were talking about it earlier. It was Molly, Erin, and Vahine, and they performed really well today, but Molly has seriously impressed me because, I mean, you talk about the advantages of, you know, being frontside versus backside out here, and Molly's progression, I mean, she's always been talented backside tube riding, but her ability, you know, Katie's got it, the ability and the technique in the barrel. But when I look at Molly, I think she's really, really improved in these last couple of years, even since last year here at this event. Just, I think she's also got just that real grit and determination that you know that if there's this big opportunity in front of her, she's not saying no.
Let's catch up with Betty Lou with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Hey, congratulations. It's official. Clinched for the upcoming Lexus WSL Finals. How does that sound to you?
Sounds amazing. It's been such a big goal of mine this whole year, so to be able to clinch it here at the last event is pretty surreal.
Well, now it's all about seeding as we move through into the semifinals. Do you have plans on how to prepare for what could be the biggest event of your life?
No plans, but hopefully there's maybe some swell early and I can go there and practice, spend more time over there. But yeah, just super, you know, happy with my performance this whole year to get me into this spot. Yeah, we're going to Fiji.
We're going to Fiji. Never sounded so good. Congratulations, Betty Lou.
Thank you.
What an amazing accomplishment for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. It's always made sense that she'd be fighting for a world title after falling off tour, you know, going through a couple of injuries as well. You know, this year picking up 2 big wins, you know, at lowers and also on the Gold Coast. Those were massive victories that gave her the momentum to get that 5th spot. And so she'll be in that first match with Caroline Marks in the Lexus WSL Finals. And maybe it's almost like a Caroline Marks thing. We've known Betty Lou so long, you forget she's still 20, you know, because you talk about, oh, Aaron Brooks, 18, you know, and, you know, Caitlin Simmers, 19. But, yeah, Betty Lou's right there, still one of the youngest on the championship tour.
Yeah, this first heat is going to be really cool to watch go down, you know, between Caroline and Betty. I think, obviously, they're close friends. They've known each other for a long time, been competing against each other for a long time, but it's just going to be funny because that last moment was pretty clutch, and it was clutch from Caroline, and it was super crucial moment for Betty Lou, and she you know, she had priority. She let that one go. That's going to be simmering there for what, a couple of weeks until we kick off that waiting period for WSL Finals. So, you know, Betty, you know, you want any advantage you can get, and if you can start off with priority, you'll take it. So anyway, I'm sure that Betty Lou's not going to be forgetting that anytime soon.
We're about 1:20 away from maybe seeing who will have the yellow jersey at Cloudbreak. Gabriela Bryan was trying to chase down Molly Picklum, but right now she doesn't have priority and she needs an 8.64. So we might have a decision here with 1:05 to go.
Wow, this is pretty big, and obviously big news because with the rule change, you only have to win your first heat, if you're that yellow jersey, and then you're world champ.
It's a big one. Just a rewarding regular season performance. Molly working hard to get there and then pick up a win in Brazil, runner-up at J-Bay to Gabriela Bryan. And now 35 seconds. So Molly will have an idea if, you know, once the clock runs down that she's accomplished that goal, and then she'll put her head down and get ready to compete with Caroline Marks.
Yeah, she wants to win this event. There is no doubt in my mind. She is going to want to win this one. This will be top of one of the events that Molly has wanted to win. Top of any surfers event, for sure, or as soon as you qualify for tour. This is one of those ones. It's like, as soon as you win a pipe, as soon as you win it, you know, chopes, you're forever etched into the history books of being like a mad core charger. So you want to win here.
With that horn, it's official. Molly Picklum will be wearing the leader's jersey in bright yellow at the Lexus WSL Finals. Gabriela Bryan going down to Katie Simmers in this first semifinal heat. So Katie once again returns to the final here at the end of the road. Up next, Molly Picklum, world number 1, takes on Caroline Marks. We'll be right back. You're watching the semifinals and you're already seeing the Water Patrol very active at the start of this heat, picking up Caroline Marks. And yep, they've got her board as well. And she'll be back in business in just a moment. Big set caught them all by surprise and cleaned up the lineup here in the second semifinal of the day. We had Teahupo'o always keeping you on your toes. When you think, okay, it's a dying swell and things calm down, sometimes in even earlier heats, and all of a sudden, wait, there's still bombs out there. And Molly and Caroline just felt the power of the South Pacific.
Oh, you can't ever sleep on trips. You just never know. I always find with these sort of more bigger consequential waves, or they have that name for it, you just never know, or you always get caught out. Like even main break Margaret River, it doesn't matter how far you sit out, there's always going to be a set that will catch you. Similar to here, similar to cloud break, there'll be this like weird phantom set that might break and catch you, and a little bit of a restart. Let's see what happened. Holy! Wow, that is some serious size. Maybe this is that reinforcing little pulse that Shola Perry was talking about earlier this morning. That was so serious.
There it was in real time. That was a solid one. And you could see Caroline lost her board, got cleaned up, and had to get picked up and go around the lagoon. Wow. What a way to start off semifinal 2. Luke Egan in the corner of Caroline Marks with his hands up. And the Water Patrol grabbing her through the inside and doing the runaround. They had to find her board, and
so shallow there. Look how shallow that water is.
And these guys just know the exact speed. You know, when it gets really shallow, they pick up that speed and hold it to gun it over those real shallow sections. Matea David, the first Tahitian to make the championship tour, a big part of the Water Patrol, break down every little piece of the reef when we catch up with him. Talk about how he knows how fast he can go over certain sections, and we're really lucky to have such a solid crew watching the best surfers in the world.
Oh, if you get a jet ski on the plane and you're going super fast, you can literally go within 1 to 2 inches of water if you know what you're doing, which these guys definitely
and that's
do.
the key thing that all these guys tell you, hey, don't slow down when it's almost dry reef. They're flying, but you got to be skilled. You got to know what you're doing as they step on it through the shallow reef. So what a wild ride for Caroline. Wearing a bomb on the head, that took both of them by surprise. And since Caroline had to get the assist, Molly will have priority.
Oh, here we go.
Look at the route they had to take.
Stop it. That was such a sick drone shot.
Leave it to the pros, right?
Wow.
Man, that is so shallow right there. Gunned it over that crazy section, and now we're watching Molly Picklum doing what she does best.
Wow.
And making another backhand tube. She has been so insane today. One of her best days of her career. We got to say that. I mean, what she did in the opening round, her 977, getting past Vahine Fierro, being able to clinch the #1 jersey, heading into the Lexus WSL Finals. I mean, this is a standout performance in the career of Molly Picklum.
Yeah, you've taken the words out of my mouth. I think that this is best event to date for sure. I think it means means a lot for Molly. Let's have a look at this first opening wave for her. Just perfect positioning. Look at the technique. The slowdown, the speed up. She was right on the foam ball there at the end too, so just demonstrating how deep she got in this tube. But for me right now, technically on tour, and just technicality-wise, and just pure heart and determination and guts, I think Molly gets the jump in my books. It's just her backside tube riding, you cannot fault it at the moment. She has done the homework. She's put in the hard yards. She's come on trips here in the past just to put in the time. It's so clear. It's so evident.
She's had some just fun days on tour this year, hasn't she? You know, just laughing the most, you know, doing karaoke at Abu Dhabi, having a blast, and kind of balancing the tour schedule this year, doing it differently, you know. Glenn Micro Hall not traveling this year and doing things on her own. She's just found a lot of joy in her job, and is wearing yellow for a good reason. How about that? After getting cleaned up by that set, Caroline had to do the run around the lagoon. She starts excellent with an 8-point ride. Quickly, let's catch up with Katie Simmers with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you guys. You know, let's just take a second here, Katie. What a day of surfing. You're now in the finals. Pressure's off. No more work for the rest of the day. I saw you taking a second to appreciate the majesty of this wave when that heat ended. What did you feel when you put your hands up like that?
It's just a wonder.
It really is. And we're looking into the hills right now. You know, win, loss, whatever. What you see back here is truly a wonder of nature. Are you taking it all in when you're sitting out there looking at these hills and just feeling the mana?
Yeah, I think definitely in my heat, I'm trying to win my heat, but outside of my heat, I'm just really just trying to sit there and see, like just look at everything and hear everything, and yeah, it's been really nice. And
well, you made today really fun to watch. A lot of amazing barrels, heat wins, a tough day of work for you though. What do you do for the rest of the time? I mean, how do you recover and react before finals day?
I wouldn't call it tough, I'd call it tiring, but I had a lot of fun, so yeah. I feel like I learned so much about this wave today, and so that's always good.
That's a good thing. Congratulations. Katie Simmers, a finalist here at the 2025 Lexus Tahiti Pro.
Thank you guys. I was saying all you guys.
You love it. Katie Simmers, just making everybody proud back home in Oceanside, California. She's always making her family proud, her biggest supporters in the world, her mom, her rock. And I think just right there, that calm spirit, you know, Chris Cote identified that she was just appreciating it all. Her job, being a world champion, being in Tahiti, getting really barreled. And she's earned, you know, a little bit of downtime to recharge and prepare for a final, either against Molly or Caroline.
Yeah, it's just, Katie said it, it's just been an amazing day of surfing, right? And I think now you can just sort of, she was super focused on her heats, and it's been a big day, like just in terms of exertion and, you know, been through the rinse cycle a few times, been on the back of the jet ski, in, out, the focus before the heats, the prep, the nutrition, all the water, making sure you're hydrated, getting all your boards right, you know, all this stuff, it just takes so much out of you mental. This has been a massive day for, you know, whatever two women, I mean, all the women that are in the semifinals right now, especially the women like Caroline, who went through the elimination round. And it's been a huge day. And I guess, like, you turn around after you competed all day and you look back at those mountains and you go, oh, I can really, truly appreciate just this paradise that I'm in. Because you can get so laser focused, right? And just, you know, you've got this job on hand, and now she can just sit back and relax and potentially have a few, well, I mean, maybe tomorrow something, but, you know, looks like on the horizon, Shola Perry was saying that there's another swell on the way, so potentially could be waiting until then.
Yeah, we'll dive deep into that on the Surfline forecast on the Corona Sarah post show that will immediately follow this second semifinal, which started off with a wild bomb that came through, wiped out both Molly and Caroline. Caroline, though, got the brunt of it, got sent around the lagoon, lost her board, and she's finally able to take off on her first ride, driving through a nice hollow pocket, and the thing will explode behind her. Caroline will know, though, yeah, she was a bit out in front, but probably just felt good to ride a wave after what she went through at the start of the heat.
Oh, yeah, she will definitely just want to get feet in the wax, feel comfortable. But, yeah, she'll know that for sure, that her positioning on the takeoff, she should have been a bit deeper there. So, especially considering, you know, this is the last final heat of the day. Kind of looks like conditions are almost glassing off a little bit. Even if I turn around behind me, the lagoon's looking very glassy. So last heat of the day, Molly's already locked in an 8. You kind of, you know, she set the bar there with that excellent score. Let's have a look from this channel angle here. You can almost feel if she would have maybe just been that little bit deeper, it would have been a sick tube, because that thing had a very good spit on it.
Molly Picklum, such a high-scoring athlete, you know, #1 for a reason. And we knew it was really close, you know, for the yellow jersey, the battle with her and Gabriela Bryan to see who'd be #1 at Cloudbreak. You saw how close it was with numbers on the rankings, you know, heavily weighted by Gabby's wins just right behind her. But when you think about a scoring title, the lead up to this event before Tahiti started, Molly had outscored Gabby Bryan by 50 points, you know, in the top 2 system, not counting any elimination heats this year. You know, just showing that she demands a lot out of the panel when she performs. She's always up there with numerous excellent scores, 16 before she got her, and she's added quite a few today, including her highest single score of the season and highest combined heat total, as we have the Tahiti flight cam. Just enjoy all of this paradise.
It's pristine right now. You can really see that wind's fully dropping off. It's just, what an amazing afternoon right here at the end of the road. It's so magical being here. It honestly is one of my favorite places in the world, and this afternoon it's just looking like the conditions are getting better and better. You know, throughout the midday there, we did see that wind kind of come up a bit, but right now, one other person out there, barrels, amazing mountains, the afternoon glow in the background.
Such a special place, and the people really make it really special. When you talk to them, you hear French, you hear Tahitian, you hear Yorana as a great welcome, Maruru, Maite Roa. It's really cool to really learn from all the locals here. And it's really fun when you know, get to hang out with Vahine Fierro, and she's so happy to share her culture with everyone that comes to what is really a pretty sleepy little village, you know, and they get to meet international surfers that want to have a go at Chopes, but there's a lot of little quiet days down here. So when I think everyone shows up, they're happy to welcome us with open arms.
Yeah, well, I think, think about the surf season is only a few months a year, right? So the other few months of the year, it'd be pretty sleepy. It'd be pretty nice.
Yeah,
really nice.
Really, really quiet. And just so beautiful. A lot of the surfers on tour sometimes will try to hike up that pyramid mountain in the background there. It's a pretty treacherous hike.
You've done it, right?
Yeah, you feel amazing when you make it. And it's,
Scary.
some hikes don't have the reward. It's like almost like a long walk that you get tired on. But this one, you push yourself and there's the peak right there. You stand on top of that first peak, you feel like a hero, but you are rewarded with the best view in the world. You're looking down at the reef. You can see how the pass works. You're looking at Teahupo'o and all the surrounding little waves. It's absolute magic back there.
Yeah, a couple of waterfalls getting around too. If you're lucky enough, befriend a local, they might take you to one that you can only access via boat. It's very, very cool around here.
Yeah.
There's so much to see.
Great to know someone in the Parker family, and then next thing you know, you're having a great time checking out waterfalls and just trying poisson crew, which is a staple around here. We're always getting fresh fish right here from this ocean, and everyone's sharing around this village. They're super tight, like one big happy family. Molly out front with an 8, Caroline with a 3.5, and we'll be deciding who is in the final of the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. IC coming on board as the presenting sponsor of this event. It's a family-owned and operated business that is out of San Clemente, California. Brought many of their great employees with them on this trip. They signed Jack Robinson. In the lead up to this event, they've got Cole Hauschman with his signature shade as well. Remember, the round of 16 has been just stacked after yesterday's competition with giant heats that include matchups like Jordy Smith and Cowley Vost. Mihimana's in the mix as well, so Tahiti's got some representation in the men's event.
Wow, just looking at a few of these matchups right here. Yeah, so Mihimana and Yago, that's going to be a pretty crazy one coming up. Got Ethan Ewing, Al Cleland, Heat 7. Holy moly, Griffin Colapinto, Zhao Chianca, Heat 8. It is fully stacked.
And stoked that Charlotte Perry from Surfline was saying there's something, to maybe wait for. Tuesday, Wednesday next week, starting to see a building swell. So fingers crossed that continues to look promising.
Well, I think he was saying this morning too, and when we got him on for the first heat 2 days ago, and he was talking through the Surfline forecast and what we saw when that toe swell arrived and the first day of competition here, he was saying that storm was generating 40-foot seas, right? And then this new one coming up on the 12th, 13th, this one's around 25 to 30 foot. So it's still pretty serious. So probably not as big, maybe not toe size, but we're still going to have some really serious surf coming our way. And the only thing he was saying is maybe winds, I think, but could be a little bit so-so. But don't worry, everyone, there is a lot of swell on the way.
Can't wait. Looking forward to it. We'll see when the finals run for Molly. She's just amping to win what would be a 4th event win if she can close this one out. For Caroline Marks, she's looking for an 8th CT win. At first, they both have to get past themselves, but also Katie Simmers. Katie Simmers, already a world champ, has 6 event wins in her career. She's already finished runner-up at this event, so she's got extra motivation to win it. But a nice solid 8-point ride. I believe Molly's passed Gabby Bryan with more excellent waves this season now. And now it's just the waiting game. Both of them got took by surprise on that huge wave that wiped them out. So now just positioning gets even more interesting, and we'll see how they respond in the back half of semifinal number 2. We'll be right back.
at the Lexus Tahiti Pro. It's the day before the event. We have rising tides going on, but people are calling it the swell of the year. It's massive. So we're gonna take the girls out for an up close and personal kind of experience of Tahiti, seeing that wave break up and close. Kind of a view they're never gonna get anywhere else. So really excited. Hello.
Pretty massive. There's still a lot of tow waves coming in. It's really fun and exhilarating to watch.
We're not even in the water and we can feel adrenaline through our veins already. I don't know what it's like to be out there. I don't want to know.
It's so hectic out here.
I love the rising tides. It's just like a fun thing to do while the contest is here.
So fun to meet the local Groms, the next generation, and we had history created today. Kalia Galina in the Rising Tides changed her jersey out for a CT jersey and surfed in the main event. Youngest ever to do that at just 12 years of age. Can't wait to see what Kalia does next with all of her friends. Well, actually I know what they're doing next. They're paddling out at Chopes right after this heat's over. As we lock in the yellow jersey, shining bright of Molly Picklum. Through the lip of that wave. Nice travel time, but Picklum doesn't find the exit. One of the best backside tube riders in the world is just popping up now.
Wow, it's getting really beautiful out there right now this afternoon. You can just see that wave face is just getting so much more groomed. That one would have been, I actually thought for a second there she might have been threading that one. She was super deep, but yeah, she just couldn't quite sneak through this one. Too deep really, but if she comes out of that thing, it's probably a 10.
And you see her when she finally came up from the wipeout, the next one was just right there. She just didn't even have much time at all to catch her breath and go through her little underwater protocols that you go through. Some surfers have a happy place they think about. I don't even think she had time to even go there.
Yeah, no, that one kind of got a bit frothy there towards the end too, kind of clamped, so didn't really stay super open like we've seen a few waves. Like majority of the waves that are having those high scores today, they're staying really circular, really open. And that one there just kind of get a little bit crumbly. But yeah, that looks like probably a potential board change right now. You can really see it on her face, I reckon. Just the visible, you know, there's exhaustion there. It has been a seriously long day. I mean, we went live at, what, 7:30, heat started, and it is now almost 4:30. So that is a big day of competition for the women. We always had that one heat of the men, then we went straight into the women. So they'll be feeling it right now. There's going to be some tired arms this afternoon and tomorrow morning.
Oh, it's gigantic. And just all of them charging so hard, every beating, every wipeout, every lap around the lagoon. And then you talk about world title pressure, you know, which gasses you even more mentally. And what they're dealing with after so many surfs, so many barrels, so many wipeouts. Let's count the seconds on this hold down Molly Picklum just had.
All right, let's go. Probably what, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that was 4 seconds. It was a lot longer. Oh, she gets pulled under again.
Okay, so she popped up and then just got sucked back down. See right there, oh, I've got to do it again.
That right now, like I will say, okay, yes, we're counting it here and you're like, oh, I could hold my breath for 10 seconds, but I will tell you right now, when you have just paddled hardcore into a wave like that, your heart rate is high, your adrenaline's going, that it doesn't feel like 10 seconds. What that feels like when you've got a heightened heart rate and you're getting held underwater, imagine running on a treadmill at speed 10 while holding your breath That is like the best analogy I can give. It really does feel like that.
Is that how you train, Flick, for big waves?
I mean, you can do some sort of CO2 tolerance training, like doing cardio and doing breath holds at the same time. That some people like to do that.
But you don't choose that as your prep, or?
Every now and then, well, on the bike, sometimes on the treadmill, other various activities. But yeah, that's the best way to sort of describe it. I mean, you can see it right now. She's visibly just trying to get the oxygen back in her lungs because, yeah, the moment you start holding your breath, that carbon dioxide starts filling up your lungs and it just becomes, that's the really uncomfortable feeling, right? And the more carbon, she's just trying to get that oxygen back in, carbon dioxide out. You can visibly see her trying to get that carbon dioxide out. You really want to pack that oxygen in, carbon dioxide out.
And even with all the prep there, as we see the buckled DHD that Bradley Bricknell's holding up right there, that's why she went over to Bricka's and got the backup board. But yeah, has such a solid quiver from Darren Hanley. Brick is such a weapon. He actually was a wild card at J-Bay in the past, part of the Mofi family. And here supporting Molly Picklum in this event. But yeah, it's so different, you know, from the free surf when the pack's out there and you're managing your time, you're keeping your protocols and your etiquette, right, you know, for a lineup and against your peers and competitors and the locals. So you're not getting this rapid fire priority and going swinging for it. You know, you don't get these reps in a free surf, and you get it on tour, but you rarely get a day that goes from the opening round to the semifinals on one day. You know, so yeah, these two have both been through a lot.
Yeah, and I think there's also there's a difference between surfing a wave like this and surfing a beach break as well, obviously. But what this does to your adrenals and like the different hormones that are raging through your body, you are way more fatigued surfing 4 heats out here than what you are in a beach break. Just purely because of that fear factor element and knowing what you have to sort of push your your mind to and where you have to go mentally just to kind of commit to some the kind of drops and like, you know, the barrels that these women are pulling into today. So the fatigue at the end of today is going to be, you know, a lot. There's going to be some people that are going to have, you know, people that are taking some heavy wipeouts, maybe a bit of whiplash, some sore arms, and a few buckled boards.
Totally. You know, and for both these surfers, both making it into the final 5. Congrats once again for Molly Picklum, winning the regular season. She'll stay in yellow. What an accomplishment. Started off with a semifinal at Pipeline, a runner-up in a fun, almost skate jam type format in Abu Dhabi, runner-up to Katie Simmers, then stayed consistent. Semifinal in Portugal, repeated that same result in El Salvador. Her toughest one was at Bells, where she got to throw away an equal 9th. Then it was quarters, finally to her runner-up at Trestles, that she had a 9.6 along the way. Then won in Rio over the crowd favorite Luana Silva, and then runner-up to Gabriela Bryan at the last stop before we get into Tahiti, and now very close to maybe making another final. It's like, wow, what a year she's turned in. It's incredible, and just it is incredible the amount of consistency that she's had. You know, it's hard to comprehend. You can comprehend her consistency when you compare it to someone like Gabby that's had 3 wins, but Molly's still out on top with just 1, you know, because her whole year has been so succinct and collected. And I mean, it speaks volumes to, I guess, her team behind her, and she's pretty vocal about that. You know, she's got a big support system there, and it's really working for her at the moment. It totally is. I mean, these two are almost the same age. You know, Molly Picklum, 22, Caroline Marks, 23. The difference is Caroline was the youngest to ever qualify for the tour. So, you know, she's in her 9th year. This is her 66th CT event compared to Molly being in her 37th. You know, it's like Caroline's seen so much, you know, over the years. Even had a moment where she took a break from the tour before she won her world title in 2023. It's to hear Caroline's had 9 years on tour is baffling to me. I'm just like, you're still a grown. It's just actually crazy. But I guess it's just, yeah, speaking to the level of the women surfing. And I think, yeah, Caroline's impressed me because you just touched on it, you know, even just the year that she took off for mental health and then coming back from that and finding that love again and you know, finding that consistency again to then coming back and winning a world title at such a young age still.
you know, but sort of virtually on her new home break trestles was cool to watch, and a goofy as well. First goofy world champion quite some time on the women's side of the tour. Last one before that, what, Chelsea Hedges?
That's right.
Yeah.
Gosh, one of the greats, which is a great time to honor the greats, especially here in Tahiti. Keala Kennelly, oh my gosh, unstoppable out here, changed the game with barrel riding. It was just always putting her as a favorite when she showed up here. She would just know where to sit, everyone would follow, and she was really hard to beat. Rochelle Ballard, coming from the same island of Kauai, especially on her backhand out here, absolute charger. Fearless, just changed the game with barrel riding, and she's still so in love with pro surfing in this next generation. You know, you think of Kate Scarrett, you know, and what she does for obviously the Australian camps these days and all the Olympic prep. One of the hardest charging athletes on tour, especially when it came to pipe and Teahupo'o. So knowing how proud everyone feels here on hand, on the ground, and in the water here at Tahiti, you know, all those big names are just looking at it going, yep, this is what we're waiting to see today.
Totally. I think, you know, it's so important to sort of to honor those women because, you know, I think we talk about this generation so much and that progression in the surfing and how hard the women are charging now, but it's easy. It's not hard. Like for me anyway, when I look back on those generations and the women that I was looking up to when I was competing, you know, there's always been women at the forefront, you know, charging and having a dig. You know, you mentioned KK, you know, I either go to Paige Arms, you know, from the big wave side of things, Bianca Valenti. There's so many women that, you know, paved the way so that these women could run. You know, Claire Bevilacqua, when I think about Pipeline, there's so many to list off that really, you know, that they walked so these women could run.
So true. 2:40 on the clock. Priority with Caroline Marks. She's a magician when it comes to turning heat. She's found some gold running through this reef. Marks redirects for a moment. The turn's nothing to worry about. It's all about what she did in the barrel, and she's breaking down what she needs. She needs a 6.24 to try to take this one off Molly.
Wow. I mean, she's such a wizard at finding these waves, the ones that are going to stay open. It's sort of a different looking wave when you're on your forehand. You can obviously generate that little bit more speed. Let's watch her just sort of start to pump on the gas here and finds a tube. Obviously a bit smaller, you're comparing it to the 8. It's a bit smaller, but still, I don't know, 6.24.
She has a way of just finding what she needs to turn heats. This one will be interesting because they have a big comparison to Molly. Obviously, it doesn't need to be an 8, doesn't even need to be close. 6.24 is a whole different type of score. But it just reminds me of what she did in the Olympic Games against Tatiana Weston Webb. Tatiana was the favorite on paper, you know, for how amazing she is in heavy water barrels. And Caroline did just enough to take the gold right here at Chopes. And the way she got through that previous heat with Betty Lou to earn the higher seed, moving up to number 4 in the world, she did it on the buzzer. There's just something about her rhythm with the ocean. When she asks, the ocean delivers. But, you know, judges have something to think about. Is it enough to put her out in front?
Look, I think, yeah, smaller wave height. It's definitely not going to go excellent, that's for sure. But I think it could be around that 5.56 range. I mean, look, but I also have been wrong today as well. I think I'm going to see maybe potentially one more paddle. I mean, if
scores are very important for last of Caroline Marks. You see it pop in on your screen there, a 5.83, not enough. But now she needs a 3.91, but she doesn't have priority. Molly's gonna let her look a little longer there.
Whoa.
Molly's camp was just holding their breath, but Picklum knew what she was doing. She was able to hang priority for this wave. And now in 9 seconds, she does commit a defensive strategy just to take this one off Caroline Marks. World number 1 looks back and sees that Caroline's not in position for a wave, and she has officially made the final for the first time in her career at the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Molly will be taking on Caitlin Simmers and try to win this thing on finals day. Turning in so many personal bests, and the road to the final was brilliant. You got to say the two best surfers on the day ended up in the final today.
For sure. This is going to be super exciting, and it's going to be so cool to compare both of these women's backside tube riding. There's definitely differences there, but yeah, they're very in form, and it's going to be cool. I can't wait. I'm stoked for the women today. I think the women they really won, and just to see, you could visibly see progression, especially on that backside tube riding front. And yeah, it was a really, really good day of surfing, Joey.
What a special day. Just honored to watch it all. Congrats to all the women for sending it today. A big day in pro surfing history. It'll be Molly Picklum and Katie Simmers in the final. Up next, let's relive it all on the Corona Sarah Post Show with Kaipo, Strider, and Flick. We'll see you then.
That's right. Corona, Cerro, Post Show coming at you, day number 2 from the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. And I see a beautiful landscape, one of the marvels of the surfing world, all part of the show. And what a show we have planned for you right here from the end of the road, Teahupo'o in Tahiti Island. That is Flick Palmentier. That is Strider Wazalewski. I am Kaipo Guerrero, and we are going to celebrate an epic day in women's surfing, Flick.
Yeah, we are. It was absolutely amazing. Today, women's surfing won, and Chopes really put on a show. The conditions held through the whole day. A little bit of wind in the middle, but you know, this afternoon it ended up being really nice, really glassy, and yeah, women's surfing won.
The surfing that the ladies were doing today was insane. The technique in the barrel was just so fun to watch. The threading of the needle, the riding through the foam balls, and the dragging and the sitting back on the boards. Just everything that they did today just put a stamp of approval on their surfing. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it was a celebration. Today, you know, not just a celebration of women's surfing, but also some historic moments, some huge, huge scores going down, some incredible rides, and the women endured some horrible wipeouts all in the day. A lot of surfers had to surf up to 4 times today. That's exhausting. Flick.
Oh, it is, especially when you're surfing a wave that has consequence involved. Your adrenals are going. There's a lot. It's just so different than surfing a beach break. You know, there's a lot more that goes into it. You're going through rinse cycles, a lot more heart required, and yeah, I mean, they're going to be feeling it. There's going to be a bit of whiplash going around, some sore arms, and some very tired people tonight.
Speaking of heart, a giant heart goes to Molly Picklum. She dug deep today. She came through over and over again. She endured horrible wipeouts, scored a 9.77 on her way into the finals. I want to hear from Molly Picklum. She's with Chris Cote right now.
No, you're absolutely right, Kaipo. The heart of a lion. Right when that heat started, the biggest set of the afternoon comes in, and you guys just got smashed by it. How does it feel to start a heat like that?
Yeah, I sound so blocked up. This is crazy. Yeah, I actually, like, split decision. I saw Caroline, like, bail, and I thought, oh, I'll try the duck dive, and if I end up on the better side than her, then great. I was hoping, and then I got smoked. She lost her board, and then I just wore the next 2 sets on the head. The ski kind of came by me too, and had Caroline on the back, and I was like, I'm not jumping on with her. So then I just kept paddling, and it ended up being a great decision because I got priority because she touched the ski, and then that great wave came, and so happy that I converted that because then there wasn't a whole lot, I think, for the rest of the heat.
Well, pure grit showing up right there. I got good news though. So, surf fans are really stoked because guess what? We've got another Molly Picklum versus Katie Simmers final. That's a lot of people's dream final. How do you feel about that one?
Yeah, when I saw her getting a good start on Gabby, I was like, oh, this could be exciting. But I was like, oh, just focus on my job, try and get there, you know. But, I mean, it's epic. Katie and I, obviously, the fans love it because we kind of hype each other up. We make each other go pretty hard, and it's just a real surf-off, which is always exciting for the fans and also for us. Honestly, versing her fills my heart. It's so fun, and she's so gnarly out here. She's like, I watch her clips to learn how to backside barrel ride too, you know, so it's always an honor to verse Katie, and hopefully I can get another one up on her.
Well, big things happening. You're 1 heat away from winning, potentially, the Lexus Tahiti Pro. But now that you're locked into that yellow jersey, you're also 1 heat away from potentially winning a world title.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think leading into this event, it started to sink in, and it's so funny, like, when you're so close to achieving your dream, it all gets really scary and like, whoa, this is crazy, but I'm so happy that I dream so big, and that it scares me and it makes me focus and it challenges me and all those beautiful things, and yeah, I obviously, it hasn't sunk in, and I think it won't until after the fact, but there's such good surfers coming in. There's 5 people that can potentially come for me, and let's see. But honestly, I'm so grateful to be here in Tahiti. Weather's beautiful, waves are beautiful, and I'd love to win here and then figure out Fiji after.
All right, that was a big question to wrap up a really gnarly day. Congratulations. What a show. What a day for surfing. I mean, everybody, I think I can speak on everybody watching. Thank you. Thank the rest of the tour for putting on that amazing show today.
I know. Thank you, WSL, for coming to Tahiti, and thanks everyone for staying tuned. And yeah, I'm going straight to bed. I'm going to go cough up some more water and eat some food and straight to bed. I'm so tired. So
you earned it. Good night, Molly.
Thank you.
And that is actually, that's a perfect segue into the fact that we have established our Final 5. All the Final 5 have been clinched their spot And we have the seeding for the finals. So you guys, let's take a look at our final 5 going into the Lexus Pro Tahiti. Number 1 seed, Flick's going to be Molly Picklum.
Oh, she is going to be super hard to beat. With this form that we've seen, backside tube riding, we know how hard she goes to. She's not going to back down from a big, scary lip. We've seen her go hard at Sunset Beach. She scored a 10 just for one big turn. And, you know, backside tube riding, as good as it gets.
That's right. Number 1 seed. Number 2 seed, Strider, Kauai's Gabriela Bryan.
You know, she shocked herself today and then let everybody know that she's got the ability to do it. I think she found the way to do it herself, then showed everybody else that, hey, I'm here, I can do it, and most of all, in her mind, got the confidence.
Number 3 seed, Flick, Katie Simmers.
Katie Simmers is going to bring different lines to Cloudbreak, right? This is why we love her so much. We saw it here today with that fade sort of kick stall, so can't wait to see it.
Number 4, Caroline Marks, a chance at a 2nd world title.
Oh, she's going to be on fire out at Cloudbreak. I mean, that wave is built for her. She's going to have all the momentum.
And number 5 seed, we'll see her in the first match up against Caroline Marks, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Yeah, this is epic because, you know, obviously this is the best year Betty's had on tour. You know, she's got the couple of wins under her belt, and now she gets to potentially fight for a maiden world title.
Such good stuff set up for Fiji. Take a look here. Match number 1, Caroline Marks is going to start with priority in that match over Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Winner goes up to match up with Katie Simmers. Winner of that goes up to match against Gabriela Bryan. And the winner of that goes to the title match. Remember, Molly Picklum, number 1 seed in that title match. She wins that first match.
It's over.
She wins a world title.
I can't wait. It's going to be so fun to watch it. And it moves so fast. That's the thing I love about finals. It just flies right through. There's like no downtime. Bang, 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 and we got a champ.
Yeah, and Flick, if she doesn't win, if Molly doesn't win, then it goes best 2 out of 3 in that finals match.
It does. Then whoever ends up in that 2nd spot gets to fight it out. But you know what? Molly's 2 waves away from a world title. Keep it simple.
That's pretty cool.
When you really break it down, right? And it's pretty deserving of an epic season. But I'm a fan of all 5 of our final 5.
Same.
To tell you the truth. I mean, I could see Sakura going all the way through.
I could
you
too.
know? So it's all possibility. That's why you got to tune in. But we'll finish up here in Tahiti first. And speaking of Tahiti, this is a great place that we have over here, Teahupo'o. You've been coming here for years, Strider, and
30
years. So we were going to have you be the guide to us to kind of check the spot over here.
Oh no.
Nah, but we got a better guide. We got Vahine Fierro to show us all about here at the end of the road, and we'll do a spot check with Vahine Fierro here at Teahupo'o.
I come from Huahine, another island, and I chose here because it reminded me so much of my home, where time just slows down and it feels like you're exactly where you need to be. This is where the river mouth is, the beach of Teahupo'o. This break had a contest every year with all the chief of Teahupo'o and all the other districts of the island, and they would compete right here, where all the kids are learning today how to surf. And one time, this woman, Behiatua, came and she said, no, I'm not gonna surf here, I'm gonna wait for the bigger waves outside. And everybody told her that she was crazy and she was gonna die. So she waited 3 days, and then all the men from the shore watched her catch her first wave. And the chief of Teahupo'o got jealous. For months and months, he would go up that mountain over there, and he would watch her surf every day. And when he thought he was ready, he waited for the night and then killed her, went out, got his first wave, and claimed that he was the first surfer to surf Teahupo'o. But everybody knows that it's not true. This is the special myth of Teahupo'o and who surfed it for the first time. And I find it pretty cool that it was a woman. It's just so magical to be competing in such an incredible place. Yeah, a lot of energy, a lot of motivation to go out there and catch the best wave of my life.
possibly the most powerful spot check we've had.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Goosebumps.
Thank God I didn't have to do that. There's no way you could have kept up with
Wow.
that. That was amazing.
I mean, the mana is real, right?
Yes.
And you feel it
Oh, that
out
was,
in the ocean
right through
and
the
on
heart. That was
Wow.
like deep inside your soul. You cannot not feel that by watching that.
Radical. And we had some radical surfing today. Quarterfinal number 3, we were calling it the super heat. Molly Picklum up against Vahine Fierro. And Flick, this was such a matchup in this quarterfinal.
Well, both women were absolutely on fire, right? In that opening round, the elimination round, they were both looking so good. And you know what? This heat, it really, Vahine got a couple of waves, but I mean, beautiful technique from her on the forehand. It's cool to break it down, goofy v regular as well, but in the end, it was Molly that just took off on this beast of a wave, hucked it underneath the lip, came out with that spit. I mean, this wave, 9.77, as, you know, best wave so far in the women's event. Got the final still to go, there's room to move, but I mean, this was right in the dying minutes. So Molly just making that lead change. And I mean, hardest heat on paper. You're coming up against the queen of chopes, and she got the job done.
Near perfect. 9.77 for Molly Picklum and Vahine Fierro. You know, with a decent equal fifth, but we're just inspired by Vahine's surfing every time we come here. Started another heat that was really good was quarterfinal number 1. We kicked it off the quarterfinals with a bang against Gabriela Bryan versus Erin Brooks, and it looks like the young teenage sensation had Gabby in the corner for most of the heat.
She did. I mean, it was just like if you started watching this go down, you pretty much felt like, okay, Erin's going to have the upper hand in this whole thing. And then Gabby got an insane barrel. And then she flips it on her. So then we got this blowout steamboat right there from her with the hands down claim. And it was just insane. And then Gabby, at the end, has a wobble, but sticks to the wall, grabs the rail, and makes it through this insane cavern. I mean, this is where she really proved to herself that she had what it took.
She hung on.
It was insane. It was all hanging on. I mean, it's point and shoot out there for her, but her technique is getting better every heat.
8.77 at the clutch moment. Gabriela Bryan over Erin Brooks in that quarterfinal heat number 1. One of the many highlights that we had throughout this epic day, day 2 at the Lexus Tahiti Pro.
I just think, you know, to echo what you said, Strider, no one probably saw it coming. And I don't think Gabby maybe truly believed it until that heat herself. So it was cool to watch her own progression happen right in front of our eyes and just how genuinely stoked she was for herself.
I mean, I saw it in her face. And after the first wave, she paddled by and she was like, I think I got it. And I was like, you think? You got it, you know? And then she trusted herself and she went by her coach and then she got back in the lineup and that wave came and she sent it.
Yeah, it was a big day today. We got all the way down to the women's final, and you know, my batteries are pretty low, but you know what charges me up? The Mophie Charger contender of the event, and Flick. Who else could it be other than Pickles with a 9.77?
Oh, so fitting. Rides for Mophie, gets the Charger of the event contender today. This thing was crazy. Big set wave, grabs the rail. And you know what? It's just, yeah, it's fitting, but it just shows her heart. She has so much courage. She's going to push that herself over that ledge every single time. She's taken some big stacks today too. So, you know.
She put herself in a really heavy situation
She did.
where she dropped in too. She didn't just like kind of just try to go out in front of it. She went straight out, right under the lip, and then just barely tucked under and got in there. And it was like so technical, right next to the foam ball, right through the whole thing. So she waited for a reason to make it, you know, dramatic and technical, and she got the score.
Yeah. Well, first 2 days of the event window, and we've already run the first 2 days. When are we going to finish this up? We still got the men's round of 16 into the finals, as well as the women's finals. Strider, this is our surf line forecast. Let's take a look at the intel.
Well, you know, we've got a lot of swell coming. I mean, all that deep dark purple, that's just swell. That's storm. That's interval. That's everything we're asking for. Come around the bottom there. Look at that size of that thing is swooping around the bottom of New Zealand. That's just going to shoot straight up towards us. And then we get a blow up right here that really shows us something a little close, which is a little worrisome because sometimes when storms are that close, they can be pretty raw. But I think it's going to be raw, but big and solid and fun to watch.
That's for me out there.
Oh, I can't wait.
And then we look into the next 4 days. Shola was talking about it this morning. We are going to see that surf sort of trend down in size. Then you've got Sunday a little bit smaller again, Monday smaller, but then things start to change around Tuesday, Wednesday, and that's the storm that you were talking about, Strider. We've got that nice bit of swell coming back up. I think the iffy thing maybe Shola was talking about the winds, but good news is that there's new swell on the way.
Yeah, I feel like it's really hard to predict the wind because we're out in the middle of the Pacific.
Yeah.
I mean, literally this little dot and all this around us. But so far, so good. The models look right.
Yeah, it's looking good. Let's
Well, cheers to that.
Let's cheers to a great finals day. All right.
Right. I can't
tap
wait.
you.
Come on, bring it
Come
over.
on, I'll
Let's
cheers
do
you.
it, yeah.
All right. Well, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We got the top 5 moments of today, and we got some great moments to share with you. First of all, making history, Flick, 12-year-old wild card, Kelia Galina.
This was so cool. But this, you know what, I have a feeling that could be the first of a few many more to come for her. I think it was just so cool to see her compete against her idols, but then all her community, her friends in the channel supporting her. I don't think I've heard louder screams from that channel all events so far. And maturity beyond her years in the tube. It was epic to watch.
What a little
and
warrior.
number 4, Strider, all hail the queen of chopes.
Yeah, she was doing the damage. I mean, she put herself deep in the pit a lot. And, there was one that she didn't make. She was so close, and it would have switched out the heat, but she was on fire. I mean, she just knows how to read the wave, where to be, when to, as deep as she can get on those deep bowls, taking off late. I mean, it's all there for her. God, it's just the best feeling in the world right there. Look at all this air just explodes around you. It's just, feels so good. Amazing work by the queen.
That's right. And number 3, Gabriela Bryan digs in and holds on.
Yeah, this was actually my favorite moment of the day, was Gabriela and watching her progression from the opening round to, the quarters to the semis, and just seeing every single heat, her push herself, it evidently getting so much better, her confidence as well, and just how happy she was. Like, genuine stoke, and everyone for her as well, because she's been so open about this is where she wants to improve.
Number 2, Strider, Katie Simmers. She's been building momentum throughout the entire event.
And not to mention technique. Watch this young lady putting her body on the wall, stalling, like everything she's doing inside the tube here. This down carve right here to tube ride, and then just to stall and put the body on, put the hand out. Like, she's got all these different little pieces that she uses, her technique and tools that are really fun to watch.
Number 1, yellow jersey, number 1 seed, Molly Picklum on the charge.
Oh, just keep hitting the replay on this wave. She has absolutely been on a tear from the morning, right through to this afternoon. She's not wrong when she says she needs to go straight to bed.
How big that wave was, too.
She's been charging all day. It's been good, so good to watch. And you know what? Also, it's been a great day for her in competition. So many excellent scores, 9-7-7, but also she's clinched the number 1 spot, which means she is only 2 waves away from a potential world title going into Fiji.
Wow, Australia could be bringing one home again.
Let's go. It's crazy. Since when was the last one, Steph?
Unreal.
There we go.
Unreal stuff.
You know what?
What?
Yeah, I have to say it. The final for the women's, Molly, Katie.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get a Chopus for the effing girls? I hope so.
That's up to you. Yeah, you can manifest that in the water.
I thought that was a bet that they had.
Final thoughts, Flick?
Final thoughts that today was the women really just rose to the occasion. The waves were there, conditions were amazing. But yeah, just seeing the backside progression for the women in the tube, that was my highlight.
All right, well, thank you, Strider. Thank you, Flick. And just for you tuning in, Saturday, Sunday, we're off. What might make a call on Monday. Go to worldsurfleague.com for all the information. Remember, aloha means hello, but it also means goodbye.
Smart, she knows this. Final 5 happening.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.